Well, good morning and welcome to the Township of Lake Bays, and this is our council meeting for Tuesday, November 11th. And of course, today is Remembrance Day, and we'll be taking a short break at 11 to have a quiet time to reflect. So I'd like to call the meeting to order with the approval of the agenda, and I understand there's some changes. I have in front of me the resolution moved by Councillor Croy, second by Councillor Papard. Be resolved, the council meeting agenda dated November 11, 2025 be adopted as amended with additions of 7 communication items: budget and business plan, correspondence, Lake of Bays Association, Peter Ham and Margaret Ann Baker. All those in favor? It's carried, thank you. Good morning, Councillor Godard. Could you please read our land acknowledgement statement?
Yes, I would consider it an honor, and I have a little addition to make. Anin, we recognize that we gather here on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee nations, acknowledging we are settlers here. We make our homes today on land bound by Treaty 13. It is through the long stewardship over thousands of years and the forced sacrifices of the original inhabitants that we are able to make this beautiful place our home. The ongoing stewardship of the environment is a legacy we must strive to treasure and preserve as we continue to learn from one another and grow together, sharing our collective history. Throughout Canada's history, members of the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities have served military proudly, especially throughout the First World War, Second World War, Korean War, and peacekeeping efforts around the world. We invite everyone to investigate the findings of the Truth and Reconciliation Committee and the treaties that bind us, all of us together, so that we may share this land with honor and respect. Miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you for that. It was very appropriate. I sure appreciate that little addition. Thank you so much for that. I'd like to ask Council, is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? Councillor Anderson, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Glover and everyone. 6C, reimbursement of expenses incurred during the road license agreement program, and I'm declaring a past pecuniary interest because I am a co-owner of a property that may have been affected by that matter.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Noted. Anyone else? Not seeing any. We appreciate that. Okay, we're going to open this morning. We're going to get right into our budget discussions. So this is the draft 2026 Lake of Bays budget and business plan, and I see our CEO is going to take the chair where we can all see his smiling face as he delivers us the budget. And I'm not sure who's starting, but I welcome you both. And okay, Mr. CAO, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present the summary review of the 2026 Lake of Bays budget and business plan. Today we'll walk through the key highlights, priorities, and investments that will shape our community in the coming year and provide an opportunity for questions and clarifications as we move through the budget and business plan presentations. This year's budget was developed through a collaborative process involving input from council and utilizing the township's strategic priorities, master plans, and strategies. Staff followed clear timelines and guiding principles. Can you hear me okay, Councillor Anderson? Okay. Didn't think I was close enough to the mic there, I apologize. So staff followed clear timelines and guiding principles to ensure transparency and accountability. The approval process includes detailed departmental overviews and final adoption by council. A key change in this year is the impact of strong mayor's legislation. This affects budget authority and decision-making, clarifying the roles of council and the mayor in the approval process. Staff have worked to ensure compliance and maintain effective governance and process transparency. Staff have developed the 2026 Lake of Bays and Budget Business Plan in the context of the ongoing economic uncertainty, inflationary pressures, market forecasts, and broader economic trends have all influenced our planning. Our goal is to balance fiscal responsibility with the need to invest in our community and our service delivery. Director Allen will be providing some more granular impacts in her presentation to follow mine. The draft 2026 Lake of Bays Budget and Business Plan proposes a 5.56% tax levy increase, reflecting both the assessment growth and the need to support expanded services and capital investments. The plan provides significant investments in asset management and service delivery with a balanced approach between operating and capital budgets. Each department has contributed to this plan with a focus on strategic priorities and service enhancements. For example, Building Services is launching a septic reinspection program, and Fire Services, as we're aware, is transitioning to an independent model. We've also provided investments in major infrastructure, parks, facilities, new staff positions, and technology upgrades across the departments. Major capital projects for 2026 include the Dwight Community Center and Library expansion, which is underway, as well as the Muskoka Road 117 revitalization in Baysville. Ongoing asset management initiatives have been included as well. These projects are designed to enhance the quality of life, accessibility, and long-term sustainability for the residents. Key drivers of budget increase include the new staffing, service enhancements, and rising utility costs. Staff have offset some of these increases with support from reserves, grant funding, and operational efficiencies. Some capital projects have been deferred to manage the immediate impact on the levy. Our capital budget is focused on major facility infrastructure projects with allocations for property acquisitions and infrastructure renewals. Some projects, such as Paint Lake Road resurfacing, have been deferred to future years for financial and policy reasons. The municipality faces risks such as inflation, construction cost volatility, and reliance on external grants. However, there are also significant opportunities, such as the strategic use of reserves, leveraging the ongoing MAT funding, and a continued focus on economic development and environmental stewardship. Throughout this budget process, Council has engaged in conversations with each department. Real-time budget adjustments are made as needed, with sequential approvals ensuring clarity and control. The Mayor and Council will provide final commentary before the budget is formally adopted. In conclusion and in summary, the 2026 Lake of Bays Budget Business Plan reflects a balance of strategic investment, prudent financial management, and a commitment to long-term sustainability, with a focus on ensuring Lake of Bays remains a vibrant, resilient, and attractive community for all. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank each of the department heads and their teams in the development of the 2026 Lake of Bays Budget and Business Plan, and I thank you for your time providing this summary overview this morning.
Okay, well, thank you very, very much, and I was remiss in not mentioning my thanks to everyone who participated. I know we put hundreds of hours into this, and certainly council's well engaged, and I also want to thank the residents for participating in discussions with regards to the budget. So thank you very, very much. We are opening with a little bit different procedure than last year with regards to how we're approaching the budget, where each department head will be coming forward to briefly discuss their needs, and we'll have debate and discussion with regards to that, formulating hopefully by the end of the day. Well, not quite the end of the day, because we got to do the rest of the council meeting after, but later on today, we're going to hopefully come to some sort of decision as to how we want to move forward. So with that, I'll welcome now Ms. Allen, Director of Finance Treasurer, to do her part of the opening presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. Appendix B, I'd like to go through some economic drivers that were included in the budget. Included in the budget is a cost of living CPI increase of 1.888%. Annual inflation rate was released by Statistics Canada as of September 2025. The Bank of Canada rate is now sitting at 2.25%. Rates were raised to fight inflation during 2023 and 2024. Since inflation has eased, the Bank of Canada has reduced rates throughout 2025. The economic slowdown has laid the groundwork to stimulate the economy. An interest rate cut will continue to do so towards the end of 2025 and the beginning in 2026. Our investments are sitting at 2.15%. The bank prime lending rate is 4.7%, Our financial indicators review by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. We received a low risk rating, therefore the township has financial sustainability. Our annual repayment principal and interest limit is 1.7 million, which equates to approximately 25 million at 3% on a term of 25 years. Rising costs, the war in Europe, Gaza Strip, changing policies of the United States government, the Canadian trade tariff relationships continue to disrupt globally. Canada's GDP declined by about 1.5% in the second quarter, as expected, with tariffs and trade uncertainty weighing heavily on economic activity. Exports fell by 27% in the second quarter, a sharp reversal from first quarter gains when companies were rushing orders to get ahead of the tariffs. Business investment also declined in the second quarter. Consumption and housing activity both grew at a healthy pace. In the months ahead, slow population growth and the weakness in the labor market will likely weigh on household spending. Employment has declined in the past 2 months. Job losses have largely been concentrated in trade-sensitive sectors, while employment growth in the rest of the economy has slowed, reflecting weak hiring intentions. Unemployment rate has moved since March, hitting 7.1% in August, with wage growth and has continued to ease. CPI annual inflation was 1.9% as of September. Federal government's recent decision to remove most retaliatory tariffs on imported goods from the U.S. will mean less upward pressure on the prices of these goods going forward. The Minister of Finance has made no announcements regarding the deferral of property assessment re-evaluation process. Property values will continue to be valued at January 1, 2016 current values. New growth accounts for only 2.5% in the property assessment roll. This is based on new additions, renovations that are ongoing and continuous. The above factors lower the township's ability to raise revenues through property assessment taxation. A 1% increase in residential tax rates equates to approximately $78,000 of taxation revenue. Average property value at $300,000 at the 2025 tax rate provides $674.77. At 5.56% tax rate increase in 2026, this would provide $712.29, an increase of $37.52 per year, or $3.13 per month. The assumed tax rate increase of 5.5% is included. Education rates still to be determined, but has remained unchanged at 0.13% since 2020. Revenues are higher, an increase of approximately 13%. Our conditional and unconditional provincial and federal grants have increased approximately 7.5%. That includes the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, the Ontario Continuous Improvement Fund, and the Canada Community Building Fund, formerly known as the gas tax rebate. Expenses are over budget by 10% versus 2025. New pay equity scale and collective bargaining increases and full complement of staff, increased salary and wages approximately 8% have been included. Cost of living CPI included of 1.88% as released by Statistics Canada. Additional staff, a building inspector, planner, fire chief, 3 half-year positions and an elevated position in finance have been included in this budget. Capital expenditures have decreased 35% and are in line with the asset management plan. Items included: upgrade to council chambers, renovation to municipal office due to additional staffing, 5 new vehicles, road construction, Main Street revitalization, a Baysville joint project with the district, garage, North Camp Lake Road Bridge, Baysville, Columbarum, completion of Dwight Community Center renovation, library renovation, senior centers, hillside dock, splash pad, playground fencing, economic development, climate change initiatives, community improvement plan, and active transportation strategy have all been included. Above are the, showing on the slide here, are the actual tax rates. We haven't really got into some preliminary tax rates for next year yet through the Muskoka regions. So these are actuals. We are still within the lower band according to the property assessment rules. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Well, thank you for that excellent report. That was really good. So questions for our treasurer at this point? Councillor Papard.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Pat. I had sent you an email asking about how we're going to manage the debt, and great response. Could you maybe share that with the rest of council?
Sure. We borrowed approximately $3 million for the purchase of logging chain. We're funding the first payment through roadshore allowance sales. We plan to use any sales money that we receive from surplus land to reduce that debt, hoping to reduce it to about $2 million by the end of next year.
Further questions? Councillor LaCroix, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, one thing I've always wondered, now that we're back in the Northern Standard, is there any opportunities to get grants for certain purchases that we have?
So I'm currently working with NOHFC, so we do have an opportunity for further funding. I do have an application in to help fund the Dwight Community Center library renovation, so there are some other opportunities. Yes.
Further questions? Councillor Papard.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just curious, what are our plans for the senior centers? Are we keeping them all? Are we renovating them all? Are we getting rid of some of them? I'm not sure where we're going with that.
That might be a question for facilities later on in the program. Is that, if that's okay?
We'll
Further
handle that under that department house.
Just further comments about this little section. Anything else? I just wanted to just touch on a couple of things. Certainly, property assessment, the fact that there's been no movement by the province with regards to this. We're still dealing with properties being assessed at 2016 rates. Now, I want to say I can see why, from a political standpoint, they don't want to touch this. However, certainly all costs of everything that we have gone up since 2016, and we continually talk about this. And until the province starts to look at ways to assist small municipalities with paying some of these bills, you're always going to be set with tax rate increases roughly around 4 or 5% just to keep the lights on, and that's kind of where we're headed. I think the thing is that until folks start to realize this in the general public and start to reach out to the province and say, hey, look, what are you doing about this? Now, they don't have to bring them to rates that we are today, but anything would help us as we try and continually pay for all the downloading that we get. So I wanted to touch on that. Did you have anything to add about assessment? Have they reached out to you at all, MPAC, with regards to when there might be a reassessment or anything done?
I do a quarterly update with our MPAC representative, and they're not saying a word.
Okay, and I check with Pat.
Pushing it all to the Minister of Finance.
Yeah, and Pat and I discuss this regularly. It's really, really frustrating as we continue to try and pay for things. And then getting into the fact that I just want to go back to say that the suggested tax rate that you're coming in with today, just at this time, the draft, is roughly $37 on $300,000. And for those who are watching at home, or here in the audience, comparatively speaking, if you notice as the towns in Muskoka, and that's first comparators would be our neighbors that are around us, because we're dealing with a lot of similar things, base it on $100,000 assessment. We're basing this on $300,000. So when you go to measure and look at that, and mostly for, again, the public at home or people who aren't as clear on this, we are, again, even at this rate, looking at one of the lowest tax rates by far and away in Muskoka, just at the initial presentation. Not to say we're not going to discuss it, not to say we're not going to find ways to possibly buffer it a bit. However, that needs to be said, because their comparisons are at 100K, and that's considerably more, roughly triple. So as they're putting them on the table, keep that in mind, and I just wanted to make that statement, and we'll come back to it later if we have to. But did you want to say something, Councillor Brooks? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Back to Pat. I know you have explained this to me, but I'd just like, for the benefit of everybody, to appreciate the concern that some had with regards to the percentage. where we're advertising as 5.56. And if you look at the numbers, take this, it should be something like 8.2. So can you clarify for everybody how we arrived at 5.56?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. The property assessment has an increase of 2.5%, which is based on MPRAC growth analysis. So we still get a small amount of growth due to new builds, which is additions and renovations that are ongoing. I might add, though, that they are still being valued at the 2016 rates, and that's for a consistency issue with MPAC to keep everything on the same rates. So we have a very small increase on the property assessment, and then that which is not passed over to the ratepayer, then the rate is adjusted from there on top of the new elevated property assessment.
Thank you. That clarifies a lot, and it probably tells us that if anybody's looking at doing a renovation, now is a good time because it's valued at a lower number than it really should be.
Let's go ahead.
So we would normally, through the impact assessment review, when there's an increase, it gets phased in over 4 years. So every year there's a natural uplift into the property assessment value that we receive, the roll. We're not getting that now. We're just getting the smaller new builds, additions, and renovations.
Yes, Councillor LaCroix.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, you took away part of my question, but I know this is new territory for, the whole province, really, regarding impact. But what happens when impact starts up again? I'm assuming that all the treasurers have thought about this, but will our mill rate for the township actually go down because impact's going up, or will that stay the same so all the prices go up at the same time? Just wondered if there was any thought that once impact finally does come in and the assessment roll will go up, will that mill rate lower so that the rate isn't, too high to begin with?
So my guess is, so that the rates don't go way out of control, we would probably adjust our ratio. So our rates would be kept level based on the ratio.
Yeah, I won't make a comment about the government. Okay, anyone else want to continue on with this section? Okay, well, thank you very, very much for that. Appreciate that. And I guess next I'm going to go to starting to go through each department. Go ahead, sir.
Through
Lead
your
me,
worship.
please.
Yes, for sure. So I'm going to remove myself and go back up, and then each director will kind of resume position here, and they'll give a brief overview. They'll talk about their business plan items. They'll talk about a brief summary of their revenues and expenses, departmental specific, and then be available for any questions or clarifications for council, and then we'll proceed through all of that. When it does come to the library, both the CEO as well as the board chair will come to front. They have a little bit of a presentation. They'll be here for any clarification rationale, and we'll go back in through the process of department heads at that point. Thank you.
Okay, great, appreciate that. So my first one is building and bylaw, and so you're
Director
actually
Peerboom's going to join us to go through building bylaw, short-term rental.
wonderful. So I'd like to say good morning to you, sir, and welcome. And this is your first big kick at the can here, is running through a budget. And I sure appreciate all the extra work that you've done preparing. And so go ahead. I assume you have some sort of a presentation. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Glover and Council. Good morning. The Building and Bylaw Services Department oversees the administration of the Ontario Building Code and community planning permits to ensure the safety of the public while encouraging land use goals of the township. The department also enforces bylaws and issues licenses in order to ensure public safety, improve the quality of life for our residents, address local concerns, and improve the overall appearance of the township. I am putting forward 2 business plan items. First, Project BBS01, a new building inspector. This aligns with the Environmental Stewardship Strategic Initiative. This position will help alleviate the workload in the building department as well as allow us to conduct a septic reinspection program to ensure the future health of our lakes. Second, project BBS02, the office renovations. This aligns with the Municipal Governance and Engagement Strategic Initiative. Renovations to the office will allow us to create 2 additional workspaces in order to support increased staffing. Our departmental revenues include allocation of variances based on rolling 3-year averages, with a determined increase based in growth and volume of applications. Increased bylaw and STR revenues are based on actual revenue trends over the past 3 years. Also, the sales of civic address signs and posts. Our expenses for the department, allocations towards the following: a building inspector position for the creation of a septic reinspection program and to support the daily needs of the department, the supply of civic address posts and signs, and a bylaw all-electric vehicle to replace the aging gas-burning vehicle and help meet climate change goals set by council. These allocations are required to support the department with the capacity to deliver current service levels. Thank you. I am available for any questions that council may have. The building department section begins on page 50 of the budget document and as previously provided and will also be offered on the screen as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to go to council, and I see Councillor Tapley. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. Let me say I really appreciate the format of this year's budget. It's easier to follow. Taka, could you please walk me through the septic reinspection?
I'd be happy to, Councillor Tapley. So the plan would be to, over a course of 5 years, to look at every property in the township. We will focus on waterfront properties. We will classify every septic in the township based on the age. So we will have low hazard, medium hazard, and high hazard. Low hazard would be fairly new septics in the township. They would not receive an inspection. Medium hazard would be somewhere in the range of, we haven't set exact dates yet, but based on other townships in the neighborhood of 15 to 35 years. And they would receive an inspection from township staff who would visit the property to make sure that there are no items like trees growing on the septic, no visible leaching. And then high hazard septics would be septics that are over 30 to 35 years, and they would receive an inspection from a private company, and the owners would have to open up the septic tank, verify that it's in good condition, and then a flow test would be conducted on the septic to make sure it's properly working. I hope that helps.
It does, thank you. Do you need a dedicated person for this position?
So the new inspector position will allow us to conduct this inspection, but the new inspector position will not solely focus on this. It will be all the inspectors in that are working on this so that we have enough inspectors to properly do our daily tasks. So that, for instance, when we have one inspector on holidays, we have another inspector who's able to take up that position, and we're able to better diversify the workload among staff.
Councillor Godard.
Thank you, Mayor Glover, and thank you, Taka. I really support the septic inspector. I was just going to inquire about the third-party inspecting business company. Are you then going to alleviate them? Going to drop them?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Glover. So there's two different options for this, and we haven't decided one. The Township of Muskoka Lakes, for instance, has a specific third-party company that they have a contract with, whereas Township of Bracebridge allows people to choose from a list of septic inspectors that are private, as opposed to one company. So we have to look at the benefits of each and then decide which way we're going. But it will be a private company for a number of different reasons, but we will look at the cost associated to each one and the benefits, and we'll decide from there.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. Just for clarification, Taka, the hire of this particular individual, by the way, I totally support septic, and the associations have been, lots of the associations are commenting about it for a really long time. But would there, I'm trying to get a sense of this inspector. This inspector would be doing, could possibly doing other inspection duties in addition to, in other words, are we maybe decreasing the reliance on third-party building inspection use, or is that can that be part of this position?
Thank you, Councilor Anderson, and through you, Mayor. Yes, that's one of the benefits. This year we have been using a third-party company a fair amount, especially during busy times, to review drawings. And with this extra position, we hope to reduce our reliance on that third-party company and do most, if not all, of our plans review in-house, and we'll have the staff to do that in our busy times. Specifically, we ran into trouble this year when staff were on holidays and we didn't have proper coverage.
Councillor Papar.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Taka, is there any plan to deal with outhouses? I know of a couple at least. They're still using outhouses. I don't know if they're better, worse, safer than a septic, but I imagine at some point, shouldn't all of our outhouses be replaced by a brand new septic system?
Thank you. Excellent question again. So the Ontario Building Code does allow outhouses, and while they do have to meet the requirements of the Ontario Building Code, there are specific requirements about how close to a lake they have to be or allowed to be, and the amount of soil required underneath them. For instance, they can't be placed on bedrock. They are permitted, and they actually don't need a building permit, so it's quite hard to control them, but the septic reinspection program will help with that, in that we will be visiting the property, and if there is a outhouse, we would look at it to make sure that it's in compliance.
Yep, go ahead, Councillor Goodhart.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. That brings me along the same discussion about holding tanks. I know that there are some still out there in use, and how's that going to fly?
Thank you, Councilor Goodhart. Yes, holding tanks are permitted in certain situations in the building code, and specifically with older ones that haven't been inspected by township staff that were put in under Ministry of Environment years ago, we will be making sure that they have the proper alarms so that people know when they're full. There are still a few out there that don't have the alarms on them, and we will also be looking to make sure that there's no systems with steel tanks. There are still a few out there with steel tanks, so those are all things that will be addressed under septic reinspection program.
Further, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. May I move on to the 120 for building renovations to Taka? And just wondering about that. For 2 additional spaces, I'm wondering if you can help us understand the cost of $120,000 in terms of creating space for those no people.
So at this time, we're still waiting to hear back from contractors about what the actual price is going to be, but that's what we've figured would be a fair amount to cover what we're hoping to do. We're hoping in the current area where reception sits to move that counter forward and then in that area to create an extra cubicle as well as an extra desk space.
Further questions? Councillor Papar.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to, what is it, STRs. I believe in our emails, we have a bit of a surplus revenue versus expenses in STRs. What happens to the surplus we get from our STR program?
I'll verify with Pat, but I believe it goes into reserves. Can you speak to that?
Sure. The reserves for building is just for building. STRs goes back into the pot to cover operational expenses. Yep.
Further questions? Okay, if I'm allowed, I've got a few. Firstly, back to outhouses. As I understood with regards to outhouses, can you build a new one now? I thought you could only keep what you had. I didn't realize could you just build one now, and you said that you don't need a permit. Are people building outhouses?
Thank you, Mayor Glover. Yes, outhouses are still permitted in the Ontario Building Code. While there's very few being built nowadays, they are permitted, and there is a whole section in the code deals with exactly how to build an outhouse and whether you build an earth pit privy or a vault type. There's different regulations for each, and it is a permitted thing in the Ontario Building Code.
I'm surprised at that, but okay. Back to the building inspector. Are you able to speak to volumes with regards to comparators with the rest of Muskoka, and as to why we need this extra building inspector? Do you have those numbers, or anything close to it, or even a summation?
Thank you again for a question. Yes, so currently when we compared our workload to other municipalities, one factor that really drove home the need for it was when we look at the number of permits per staff member that we issue, we're looking at about 135 permits per staff member, if you include support staff and everything. Whereas we're by far the highest in Muskoka with number of permits per staff members. All other municipalities are in the range of 65 to about 100. So we're considerably higher, have a considerably higher workload than per person than the other municipalities in the area.
Okay, thank you for that. I have a couple of more. I got questions from residents with regards to bylaw, and some were questioning whether we needed another bylaw officer. And so I guess, we've just added another bylaw officer. I believe was it last year or the year before, but we just added one. And of course, everyone wants responses right away. My thoughts on it were, could there be a better way? The biggest concern was things like clear cutting, where they see people clearing the land and just cutting away. Is there a better way that we could communicate with residents with regards to where we are when we're investigating or maybe walk us through exactly how you communicate with our customers with regards to things like clear cutting, when someone calls it in, and the procedure, so that you can make people feel more comfortable? Because I'm not really in favor of adding another bylaw officer, but I thought there might be a way to explain how we deal with it that might better cover off the concern.
For sure. So definitely, I'm in agreement with you. I think we have enough bylaw officers for the amount of complaints and workload that they have. There are definitely a few busy months, a number of busy months in the summer where they are working extremely hard to keep up. And when we do receive complaints, we do try to get out there depending on the type of complaint, but either the same day or the next day. I think the issue that some people have when they call us that they don't feel their responses being met in time is we deal with the situation, we get in contact with the people, And we get a call back from the complainer asking what we've done, and we can't get into the technical details of what we've done other than saying that we're dealing with the situation, we've contacted the people, and we're going through the steps. But we can't say, oh, we're planning to take these people to court, we've written them a ticket for this much. That's all confidential information. So we have to leave it at, we are dealing with the situation, and I think in most cases, we have gotten out there within 24 hours for tree cutting. There's always that one-off, and that's generally when council and the mayor hear about it too, when there's the one-off where we didn't get there in time. But a lot of this stuff, people are aware of what the rules are and what the enforcement is. And it's a matter of getting that complaint when the work starts and not when it's over. So sometimes we hear about it 3, 4, 5 days later, and other than going out there and doing enforcement after the fact, there's very little we can do to stop it at that point.
Okay, and just one more with regards to people letting us know there's a concern of any kind on a property. You know, I hear from same residents with regards to how they can lodge a complaint. Their concern is that, are we to go out in our boats and take pictures of people, you know, and things they've done, perhaps clear cutting their shoreline or whatever they've done, and report it that way? And could you maybe just touch on how we take complaints and how, you know, how we serve folks with regards to complaints coming in? Because again, we are complaint driven. And so without giving the answer, if you could just touch on that, please.
So as you said, we are complaint driven. So we have to have a complaint from somebody to go for enforcement. We have had, like you said, people from associations come to us and ask for us to go out and do it proactively. It's not really feasible because we can't just do one thing proactively. We would have to do everything proactively, and then you get into a lot of other issues with how much can you enforce. So it's similar to the OPP. We do enforcement based on complaints, and there has to be a name behind that complaint. I can't take a note underneath my door or taped to the office window. There has to be a name to that complaint. Well, we don't release that to public, and we don't tell the people who's complaining. We do need something to back us up if this goes further, that we can say we were out to that property because we had a complaint from somebody, and I hope that answers your question.
It does, and I think that just to be clear, one more little one, when you discuss what we do, how we do it, how we keep things private, so on and so forth, that's legislated. I mean, that's part of signing on as a bylaw or a building inspector. And if you could just confirm that, it's not that you're making the rules up as you go along. So if you could just maybe touch on that.
Correct. That is legislated. If we're we can't just start randomly picking. This is what I'm going to enforce and stop by all these houses, and we have to have a complaint to visit a property. So yes, it is legislated.
I've heard this from other towns and townships where they'd like to see 25 building, you know, inspectors inspecting everything all the time, and that's just not feasible based on how would you pay for it. Let's just go there for a second. So, any further questions for building? Councilor, sorry, yeah, I see a couple. Councilor, who wants to go? Councilor Brooks, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Taka, since you touched on clear cutting, I know we have beefed up in the under the jurisdiction of fines, but one of the issues that we really still don't really address is remediation of that shoreline that's been clear cut. Is there any movement on that you see coming forward as to whether or not like removing a 14-inch diameter pine tree and replacing it with a 75 millimeter caliper tree is not the answer. I just wonder how we could address that.
Yep, go ahead if you can. If not, we can pass it to.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't disagree with that comment. However, there are a number of steps we can take, like, for instance, the recent court victory we had, where there were fines of $10,000 for the homeowner and $4,000 for the contractor for work that was done without permits. So depending on the severity, we can, including in the other tools we have in our tool bag, we can take the people to court, but they will also be told that they need to go through a planning process, and they would have to replant what's there. But obviously you can't replace a 40-foot tree you can't bring in a 40-foot tree. So depending on the situation, we do have other tools like the court system.
Okay.
Councillor LaCroix, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just clarification, I guess. I thought I was totally clear on this new inspector position, and from what I hear, I'm certainly in favor of getting another inspector because staff is falling behind. But from what I'm hearing, since we're hiring a third party to do all the inspections, so the third party would report to this new position. This new position wouldn't actually be going out and doing inspections. Is that what I'm hearing?
Thank you, Councillor. So the third party would be looking at high hazard septics, whereas staff would still need to look at the medium hazard septics, and also staff needs to go through all the records and create a database, which is extensive. We have thousands of properties that need to be addressed, and we need to create that database. So there is more than enough work for a staff member to justify that. But the third party would be looking at high hazard septics.
Right. So this new position would be sort of coordinating and all and going through the records to see which ones they would be sending this third party to. Is that the way it works?
So the third party, so the new inspector position would be for two reasons. One is to help alleviate current staff workload, and the second reason would be to be part of the septic reinspection program, but all the inspectors will be working on the new reinspection program. So for medium hazard inspections, if let's say there's an inspection needs to be done at 123 Dickey Lake Road, and one of our inspectors is in that area, they will visit that property. It will not necessarily be the new inspector in this position. It'll be split among the whole department.
Okay,
and
sure, go ahead.
I guess then it's not a tax-related budget item because it would be coming, the third party would all be coming out of the building fund, right? Thanks.
Generally, the third party is in other municipalities, and this is how we're looking at doing it too. That cost is taken on by the person who has to have the inspection done. So if 123 Dickey Lake Road has a high hazard septic and needs an inspection, then that fee is paid. If it's a high hazard, that fee is paid by the owners of 123 Dickey Lake Road.
Okay, and you good? Okay, so one more comment. It's kind of unique how we would pay for this new building inspector, if I'm not wrong. Could someone address that? I mean, does it not come under building and it doesn't affect the direct tax levy? Is that how that works, or? Yes, go ahead.
So building permits that that's over and above the expenses go to a specific building reserve. So what would happen is that it just means less to the reserve. So if you've got more expenses because the permit revenue is higher than the expenses, you'd have less going into your building reserve.
Okay, so to confirm though, this position would likely be, did you want to go with it? Yep, go ahead.
Through your worship to council, yes, the costs to operate the building department are based off the fees and services rendered for the building department. If we have a surplus, so that we have underspent, we've received more, it goes into reserve to support future years to offset any expenditures overage. If we had something over, we would go back into reserve and pull that. So anything related to the building department in that essence, not anything bylaw related or STR related in that sense, is covered within that reserve itself. Similar to Councillor Anderson and the question relating to the expansion process, that's also something that is supported financially through the building reserve as well.
And if I could just comment then, just for today, is there a surplus that would cover off these expenses? Of course, we can't speak to the future, but we can speak to today. I don't know that I need the exact number, just.
So as of today, I'll give you, so the draft final 2025 number is 1.2 million in building reserves.
Councillor Tapley.
Thank you. To you, CO, am I correct that any reserve for the building department generated by their income can only be used for building department? We can't take that reserve and spend it on parks or whatever.
Good question. Go ahead.
Your worship, yes, that's exactly correct.
Thank you.
It's related to the support of the building department, and that's why I said it's not, we put bylaw in the building and services envelope. That monies can't go to support bylaw enforcement. It is for the action of the building inspector, or building department, I should say, sorry.
Okay, now procedurally, any more questions? Do we move along and then sum up later, or do we sum up now, or because I'd like to reserve the right to move along, and if it gets to a situation, you can come back. Anyone else have a comment with regards to that? Possibly someone could tell us what was the procedure, or do we just keep moving along?
Your worship, yeah, I think the idea of this concept was to allow the directors, the department heads, to speak to council and answer questions for clarification. If there was something of immediate consequence that council really wanted to make a significant change at this point in time, we could, council would have that debate and discussion and pass a resolution related to that. I would say if there's none of that at this point, obviously council can come back and revisit anything at any time they wish. So I think for time and efficiency, moving on is
okay, so there'll be like a scorecard, and we'll go back to that at the end of the discussion.
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Anything else, council? Not seeing it. Well, thank you very much, sir. Good job. Appreciate all that. We'll be moving on to corporate services.
Good morning, Mayor Glover and members of council. The Corporate Services Department, provides administrative and legislative services to council, committees, staff, and the public, and ensures the statutory duties of approximately 150 various provincial statutes are fulfilled. Our first business plan item is the upcoming 2026 municipal election. In 2026, voting day will be October 26th, and we are already underway in these essential preparations. To support a transparent, accessible, and efficient electoral process, the annual allocation made to the election reserve has been increased from $15,000 a year to $20,000. This reserve is designed to cover all associated costs, including the administration of election, staff training, potential court challenges, any required by-elections, as well as the inaugural ceremony and orientation of the newly elected council members. The last project we have is the upgrade to the council chamber live streaming system. The budget document refers to a sound system, but it is much more than that. Since COVID-19, our shift to live streaming at council meetings to ensure open, transparent government, staff have had to become TV producers, which you can see from our conglomeration here we have built over time. It works, but takes staff away from conducting their legislative duties and has limits to the public, council, and staff participating virtually. $50,000 was budgeted last year to a reserve for this project, and we are requesting an additional $50,000 this year to complete the upgrade. The new system will streamline our current meeting management, making meetings easier for everyone, whether they attend in person or online, and for staff running the production of all council meetings. A procurement process will be ensued to obtain the most cost-effective service. Both of these business plan items align with municipal government and engagement under the strategic plan. Revenues for the department, although not represented in the department revenue stream, is the sale of surplus lands and original shore and road allowances. These bring in between $500,000 to $1 million annually. We anticipate this to be slightly increased in 2026 with council's direction to sell additional surplus lands. We have sold one already for just over $300,000, and we have 2 more listed currently for approximately $440,000, with another 2 properties potentially being listed in December. Increase in expenses for 2026 are as follows. Mileage has increased by $10,000. Previously, communications staff would charge other departments when working in the field, but now has been condensed into one account for improved financial reporting and streamlined accounting. IT shared services listed under computer services has increased in accordance with contractual obligations for services supplied for the provision of IT and GIS services. We are very satisfied with the level of service we are receiving and wish to continue with our shared service agreement in this regard. Council remuneration, as reported last meeting, has slightly increased to bring our council in line with other local municipal councillors, and we have incorporated the provision of organizational managed devices to all council members and corporate cell phone for the mayor. Council also decided at the last meeting to increase the dental and health benefits from $1,000 to $2,000. As noted earlier, the election reserve has been increased from $45,000 to $60,000 to cover all things election. Lastly is $20,000 allocated to grants for others to incorporate a budgetary provision for municipal staff support and activities. This boosts morale, enhances productivity, strengthens staff retention, and helps build a positive and resilient work culture. And please let me know if you have any questions on what I've presented this morning.
Okay, thank you very much for the report. We'll start over here. Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Glover, through you. Thanks, Carrie. I just, a big tip of the hat to the staff. I really want to point that out in regard to all your work you've done on the sound system in here. I'm hearing impaired, everybody knows that, and everybody's bent over backwards to make things work for me. I'm really supportive of you and any other additions you can do to accessibility. Because there's an awful lot more people, not necessarily in this room, but in the audience as a whole, who may be missing an awful lot. So I'm very encouraged by whatever you can do. I know it's just part of your whole process, but I want to show a huge amount of support for that. And a thank you. I would, one clarification, and when you go to capital, I see how you did the 50,000 last year and 50,000 this year. The line above that, computers, can you just give me a sense of what that line, what that is including? There's $61,000 in there for computers, and I'm just trying to think of the scope of what that may include.
Yeah, it's inventory replacement. So with our new IT services, they came on board and took a look at all of our inventory and created a 10-year capital plan. So now we know exactly how many computers we need to replace each year and for which departments.
Councillor Tapley.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. 100,000 for sound system sounds high. Can you walk me through? I appreciate it's maybe not high. I appreciate what you're trying to do and your accessibility and everything gets better. Can you walk me through that for the general public? Why is it so high?
Sorry, let me just pull that up here. I left my paperwork out there. No, that's fine. So the new upgrade is going to streamline. So right now, we have our microphones, we're connected to live stream. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We try our best. We've had a lot of Band-Aids over since 2019, or yeah, I guess 2019. So the new system, and we actually went and we've received quotes. So that's how I know how much it's gonna cost. But the new system that we're looking at is not only going to make it easier for staff and council to participate, so you'll be able to vote electronically. It'll show up on the screen so that the public will see it live time, how everybody has voted and that things are passed. It will also enhance our hybrid participation, so just as Councillor Tapley or Councillor Anderson was speaking, that remote participants that are watching the meeting and participating will be able to fully engage just like those that are in the room. All of this, of course, we have to maintain IT security, and so that will be of the utmost importance. As well, it'll provide us with automated video production, allowing cameras to switch back and forth between those that are speaking at the table, which we don't have right now. As you can see from the screen, it's just an overview of everybody, but this will allow more of a TV production without staff having to be able to move cameras and so forth. So that I think we'll have to increase the cameras. Right now we have one, and so we will have cameras around the room to facilitate that. It would also improve the quality of our recordings and the live streams without needing extra hardware. That's another important. And the system will be compatible with all the major hardware brands, adapting so that it makes it compatible. If we have to switch out microphones or different equipment, we can do so quite easily. And just looking here to see, yeah, so basically it make it more accessible for everybody, council, staff, and those that are participating hybrid virtually.
Further questions? Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Carrie. Just following up on that, this is a budget impact of $100,000. If it's $80,000, where does the extra 20 go back to? It just goes back into a reserve, or?
I'll let the treasurer speak to.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. It would go back into reserves to be used for other funding in the corporate area.
Okay, so conversely, it's a $100,000 budget. If it ends up being $120,000, where does the additional money come from?
I would have to find some reserve money to help cover that funding.
Parks, maybe?
Further questions? Question with regards to reserves. We were speaking about reserves and surplus lands and so on and so forth. Does that go into general reserves, or as you said, goes into corporate reserves?
The sale of surplus lands, I was going to create a separate reserve just so we could monitor our funding.
So it can be drawn from for general things?
Yes.
Okay, so I had a concern there. Also, I have a question, or just a clarification. You were mentioning, mayor's cell phone, and I guess there's computer devices for council, and that is not for the current council, including the wage increases is not for the current council. That's for the incoming council, just to clarify that.
Correct, through you, Mr. But I have included 1 month because the term is from November 2026. So there's 1 month of the increased rate included in the 2026 budget.
Okay. And well, I would make a joke about the fact that we can't delay the election like the province wants to do, so that's going to cost us as well. So is there any further questions with regards to corporate services and how everybody's good? Okay, thank you for that. Okay, Back to you, Ms. Allen, for the financial section, finance services. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. The Finance Department is dedicated to maintaining the financial health and accountability of the township. It supports council staff and the public by managing budgets, financial reporting, taxation, managing the municipal financial investment portfolio, and long-term financial planning. The consolidated financial statements are prepared in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards established by the Public Sector Accounting Board of the Chartered Professional Accountants of Canada. My budgetary items are, wanted to take a look at our financial system. They have a budget reporting module, so we wanted to take a look at that. The budget impact is very minimal. One thing that's not on here, I've just been discussing with one of my staff members, we've upgraded the tax system, ValeTech, and they do have an electronic notification, so we were trying to get that started for the final installments where we could email bills, not mail them out. So we're going to work on that as well. Did you want to talk about the CAO side?
Through your worship. Yeah, I don't really have any business plan items other than holding everyone to the strategic initiative number 5, which is governance and accountability. I think a lot of the stuff that we're presenting today, and you, as council, you'll start to see the theme of capacity and level of service. And I think within this format, with what the directors have done and put forward in those deliverables, there is a measure of accountability and a report back on everything. Some of the items for the technologies, such as the budget software, as the taxation software, those different pieces that we have allow us then to come back and be more open, more transparent, more communicative. When you look at the solutions provided through IT for council and the chamber, it allows for engagement, it allows for connectivity with the residents. So I think looking at that and you know, driving that service model forward and preparing that.
Thank you for that. Further, Councillor Tapley, go ahead.
Thank you. 2 things. Every year we put money into reserves. I didn't see that.
This year we didn't put as much in. I think we're trying to get our hands around some of the different initiatives with fire in some of the other departments. So I think we're trying, and we're updating our asset management plan right now as we speak to better align our purchases. So we wanted to, I think, be a little bit lighter this year of additions to the reserve so we can align it when our departments are in line.
Okay, and also, streetlights. Walk me through streetlights. Are we using very low level wattage, and how do you get a streetlight, and why do we have to have them?
Right now, it's an in and out, so we bill for the streetlights that we pay for. It's a net, a revenue comes in, and then we send it out on the invoice for the taxpayers. But I don't know if Director Peace would like to add. I think there's some upcoming initiatives in streetlight replacement.
Through you, Mayor. What currently happens with our streetlights is we're repairing as we move forward. As they get damaged, we repair them. Unfortunately, or fortunately for us, there is some changes coming with inventory availability, so we are looking at opportunities for grants to do a full LED update. Right now we're working through an inventory update on our streetlights, and then as opportunities come forward, we'll be looking at replacing them for energy efficient LEDs, low cost, trying to manage those costs for our residents as well. So we are currently, as we have to replace lights, they are being replaced with energy efficient LEDs. But we are also quite cognizant of grant opportunities to try and do a full replacement across municipality like some of the others have done in the area.
If I want a street light at the end of my road, how do I go about getting it?
There would have to be a request through to Public Works, and then we would do an investigation on how that works, because just because one resident wants it, the neighbors may not, so it's a bit more of a process to get involvement and acceptance.
Looking for what the process was, how many people on the road, all that.
That actually falls under one of my business plan initiatives that I can speak about with developing a plan for stuff like that. And I will speak to that when we get there.
He wants you to wait. He can't wait to get started. Okay. Further, Councillor Godard.
Through you, Mayor Glover. Pat, I just wanted to take the opportunity to ask, how much do we have in outstanding property taxes?
We're currently sitting around 500,000, so it's come down from the original 2 million from a couple of years ago. So it sits as a receivable, and we do send out notices every quarter, and we do follow up on outstanding payments. If there's an issue, then it does hit into the tax registration process.
Further questions? Go ahead, Councillor Croy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's really got nothing to do with the budget. It's just something what Pat said about trying emails for taxes. With the amount of fraud that's out there already on emails, I just wondered how that would work. How would the township or any municipality put that on an email and the customer be 100% sure it's from the township? I know we've had a lot of security on those questions, and when you see the news, everybody's getting frauded through these emails. So would we still send out some kind of tax in the mail, or would it be all electronic? Of course, it's going to take a few years, but just wondered how the process is going to go.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the first look I've had at the program, it's a code that would be sent to the individuals that sign up for an email notification, and they would have to, like an authentication code, they would have to put that in before they get their invoice sent to them.
Councillor Godard.
Through you, Mayor Glover, thank you. Pat, I know that there's some seniors out there and some families that do not have computers, so I guess we would have to definitely consider that.
Correct. It would be a choice. You can sign up or not, and you can still continue to receive the mailed version.
Further questions? May I have a few? Could you, let's go to, I had one, the CAO brought up a question here with regards to software and do we share software with other towns? And is there a way to perhaps, because the expense of software is quite high. Is there been any discussion with regards to finding ways to save money, sharing that type of thing without sharing services? Yes, go ahead.
Through your worship, to yourself and council, I think when we look at service delivery, and we've been looking at what our shared service agreements are, one of them is IT. And through that model, there is a leverage, a sharing principle within it. So when we look at business plans and we look at the autonomy of the township of Lake of Bays and our service partner, which is the town of Huntsville, we look at where those are ability to structure. So when you look at security in the backside and concerns, as Deputy Mayor LaCroix raised, over that cybersecurity, that's something in that partnership where we can actually have an enhanced service because of the leverage of that relationship in the service agreement. Where there's items that are specific to ourselves that are a little bit different or unique because of the services we deliver, that's where we do have a little bit more of that cost incurred to ourselves. So every time we're looking at these business opportunities or changes in delivery model, we look at the ease of it, first off and foremost for the customers, but then those costs in that delivery and the business case analysis to that. Can we leverage it? Are there other opportunities? Are there shared opportunities with other municipalities or supporting municipalities or other agencies that can host it for a better cost? So we kind of look at that as we progress through a whole bunch of those different things. And then also the efficiencies in delivering things by having modules like the iCity budget module contained within the software we already house provides a little bit more information for all of the directors and senior leadership to know where budgets are at and itemize those things.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. Yes, go ahead.
And I just wanted to clarify, so the computer service charges that I pick up are for financial reporting, payroll, accounts payable, taxation, Stone Orchard, which is the cemetery. So these are the third-party outside vendor software. So that's what I'm picking up as well. Director Perboom picks up the building permit system. I think Marmac as well. So these are the third-party outside software systems.
So the smarter we get, the more it costs. Okay, I have a couple more questions. Could you briefly touch on the OMPF grant and how that's, I know that the province loves to announce every year what they're giving us, and that's supposed to carry us forward, and it nowhere near does, but maybe if you could just touch on that and what we received, and are you seeing in the foreseeable future anything on that? I mean, I kind of know the answer, but for the public.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the Ontario Provincial Partnership Fund, I have it coded in my department just so I can watch it, because we do get quarterly payments. But it's an unconditional grant, so it supports all of operations. So we did get 847,800 last year. We just got the notice that we're getting 916,500. So we're up 68,700. So that number is not reflected in these numbers. That will be added to when the final version. So we are getting a little bit more, yes.
Okay. I have a further question. I noticed in corporate services and finance and parks, all have a heading with regards to cemeteries. Could you walk us through how everybody participates in that so that folks don't think all three departments are doing the same job? Or do we want to split it up? Or I'm sure you can explain it pretty quickly. You want to get it?
Do you want
Yeah. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Sure, I'll jump in. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to council. So when you look at cemetery operations, it's both the administrative, the financial, and then the actual operations of it. So because of the specialities and the professionalism we have in each of our departments, obviously with finance being the financial folks, corporate services being the admin, and then through our parks and facilities team doing the actual interments and carriage of that. So it is split up that way. It is an efficient model currently under that, under those roles, and it's something that we always look at how we're delivering services to find those efficiencies.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further questions for finance? Don't see any, so thank you so much. Yeah, I'm in for that. Sorry, it took me, I thought I saw Barack Obama there. No, it's a break after finance. So, yeah, let's take a 10-minute break, or is that sufficient? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, thank you very much for that short break. We certainly appreciate it, and I believe this is going along very well with regards to questions and discussion, and we're moving through the different departments. And next up, I have Fire Services. Unfortunately, the chief won't be able to join us, or he might halfway through. He's waiting until we get through the tough part, and then he's going to come maybe, I don't know. But our CAO will be dealing with this, and so I'll leave it to you, sir, to go ahead, and then we'll continue with questions. Thank you.
Certainly, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to council. And Chief Monahan does send his apologies. He had a conflicting appointment this morning that he couldn't move. I understand that he's changing into his uniform and heading over now. So, Lake Bay's Fire Department is made up of 45 dedicated volunteers and firefighters who, because of their continued education and hard work, remain the backbone of our department's success, even as the call volumes and training requirements increase. As council is fully aware, we're moving into a full transition, and that will continue in through this 2026 budget. And with that in mind, the business plan items then do reflect some of that transition. So as we're working through that, Fire Service 2601, which is the transition itself, we recognize that the costs will be incurred in becoming, as we work towards an independent fire department. That $50,000 is an allocation to cover some of those unknowns, certain things like logoing and branding and websites and things like that. We also have a contractual obligation for that as well. Fire Service 2602, which is the recruitment of the fire service staff. This item is to look at that new fire chief, the incoming fire chief, and how they build, build that independent Lake of Bays Fire Department. And that's looking at the deputy chief as well as an administrative coordinator for fire. And those two positions come in to support the full-on fire service. Understanding that the 12788 that's included there is both of those positions at half a year. That through a recruitment process, not trying to handcuff the incoming fire chief, they can make that decision whether they want to hire that DC first or the administrative coordinator. That transition begins halfway through the year. We won't be recruiting both of those positions at the same time, so there will be some built-in savings within that number itself as we go through that process. And then Fire Service 2603 Fire Master Plan is looking at the existing fire master plan that was adopted or accepted by council, Lake Bay's council, understanding that a transition is underway, and those things that are very nice and centric to Lake of Bays, and we continue with that good work in that program and planning. And where those items are not so much clear for Lake of Bays, this fire chief will look at that review and come back to council with some understandings of level of service, capacities, and things of that nature that provide for the independent service. Understanding that the fire master plan is that hierarchy governing document that provides for apparatus investment, capital investment, fire hall investment, training, all of those great things that help support the fire service and delivery. So under the revenue, we have existing revenues that come in. It's been averaged out for 3 years, looking at some of the numbers, and when you do look at the line items, you'll see certain years they're fairly high, and some other years they're not. In investigation, that's some of the incoming grants that we've received. Very similar to the firehouse subs that we were gratefully received at the beginning of 2025. So when you're looking at some of those numbers, some of those revenue streams seem to be a little off. We will always continue, though, to look at different grant opportunities and different revenue streams to help offset costs and expenses. And the expenses, obviously, the wage and benefits, they're increased due to that transitioning fire department. You'll see in that service line, those monies to support both those positions at 6 months have been added to the line that supports for our firefighters and our existing fire service. Communications increase is due to supporting tablets in the fire apparatus, that assists during emergency response and records management. So instead of going out to a fire scene and then collecting all that information on paper and then coming back and data transferring it into the first due system, the tablets allow that incident command to happen right at the vehicle and right at the scene, which increases efficiency. So these numbers are in support of that. Materials and supplies have been increased on 3-year average and increased global costs. Professional development has been based on a 3-year average and in preparation for the 2 new hires, so there is a slight increase there for the department based off the 2 new hires. And subcontracting, so this is the dollar amount that is provided under our service agreement, which will continue for the full of 2026 as we transition to the independent fire. That number is $380,000 in the budget. It's $330,000 plus the $50,000 for transition costs. And that is based off of a forecasted 9.55 average increase that's incurred over the last 3 years based off actuals and performance. So the reconciliation on the subcontracting costs at the end of the year come back from what's actually transpired by call volumes and those requirements and necessities. And with that, I'm open to any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. If I could, Council, I just want to clarify something before we get started on the questions. Mr. CAO, so there's some folks that didn't even realize we were doing this transitioning fire department, so on. Could you walk us through really briefly, what's happened thus far? I mean, this started last a couple of months ago. I can't even remember the exact date. And because what some are thinking is that, oh my, Lake Bays has decided to separate, we're going to incur all these new costs. And fact of the matter is it's going to be reflected in my tax levy. And if you could clarify how that actually is going to play out, not with numbers, just roughly, to give people a sense of ease with regards to why the decisions were made. And I know we've covered it in the past, it's just for some folks it's brand new. So if you could just kind of slowly take us through that, I appreciate that.
Yes, most definitely. Thank you for the question. Through your worship to council. As council recalls through, I think it actually started back in 23 with the Fire Governance Committee passing a motion to look at the service agreement, to look at the benefits and do a cost benefit analysis and service delivery model analysis on that. Through my employment here with the township as the CAO, that obviously responsibility transferred over to me. And in that review, we looked at fire service as presented, the shared agreement, the benefits, a complete SWOT analysis on that, and came back to council with the findings in a closed session, and direction was provided from there to provide notice to the town of Huntsville for moving towards an independent fire service. The key indicators there are related to the built environment, and if you will. So when you look at Lake of Bays, it is mostly rural. The difference in Huntsville is it's becoming a little bit more urban and semi-rural. When you look at the build nature here, it's cottage and residential, very light, small commercial or industrial. And you look at Huntsville, and they're starting to build into sixplexes and high rises, and I shouldn't say conventional high rises, but smaller frame high rises, apartment buildings, if you will. And that changes then in fire service and model. And the other is the vulnerable sector, and the vulnerable sector not looking at individuals that live in their residences in that matter, because they are looked after that way. It refers to schools, nursing homes, hospitals, things of that nature where there's a large population in one location where there could be a higher need or that. And when you look at that from a fire risk management perspective, we have the one school here that is that item that's identified through our master plan for that. So when you start to look at that and equate, the presentation was to look at that because we're going to have artificially increased that service level based off of a growth and built environment and a fire service need that isn't particularly Lake of Bays. And in the discussions with council, that was to bring that autonomy back to this table, to the council table, for Lake of Bays to have autonomy over the Lake of Bays fire service and provide that service for the Lake of Bays residents. As it comes to costing, as you will see in the fire department expense line, the subcontracting line is the only cost directly related to that administrative cost. All of the other costs associated with the fire service, paying our firefighters, a very great dedicated group of firefighters, I'll add, excuse me, any of our apparatus, any of our rolling stock, our fire halls, our facilities, so that full capital plan, the long-term capital commitment, any of our operational requirements, bunker gear, uniforms, training, any of those pieces that way, ancillary items for hand washing. Some of the things I learned through this process is snacks and Gatorades or the hydration drinks that happen. And when I asked about that, it's 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, you've been out there for 6 hours, you need something on the truck. And it makes absolute sense. All of those costs have already been supported by Lake of Bays through council, through the adoption of budgets year over year. The additional costs associated are only specific to that subcontracting line. That was the number that I brought up earlier of the 380, which is 330 for that subcontracting of $50,000 for the transition. As we mitigate through this transition and we turn into the 27 budget year, those numbers for that contract are not required any longer, and there'll be some savings from that. I do not want to say, nor am I here to profess, that fire service will not cost money. I don't know what 27 will bring. We do have training requirements and FPA requirements. Thankfully, council in the past has made some really good, strong direction to our fire service for that training. So we're not behind as some other municipalities are in that training. We're looking very good to the mandatory certifications. I think it's that continued look at those costing. So I would say that our fire service on a whole, if I was to look in the crystal ball, will either remain, and I think what I shared to council is, it's either going to be, roughly $150,000 less or $250,000 more as we kind of progress through this transition based off those needs. Some of those savings do come in the duplicity of positions. So where we have in the existing fire agreement, a fire chief, a deputy chief, a training officer, 2 FPO officers, and an administration clerk, we don't need that at our level in our fire service risk and assessment. And completing that and looking at it, we will have a fire chief that acts as the fire prevention officer and then communicates directly through council, but also works with our planning and building departments, as well as corporate services a little bit with some different applications that come in and commenting towards the built environment from a fire safety perspective. And then the other side, our deputy chief will take on that role with the training officer and start to begin that process of continuing the very good and strong tradition of training that we have in Lake of Bays for the fire service. I've said that crossover, I will not hold the chief to that. If he becomes the training officer and the DC becomes the FPO, that's fine. But I bring that forward so that you can understand that there's a duplicity in position because of the size of our environment, what built environment we have, the fire risks that remain, and the ability of the fire service to deliver that same, if not better, fire service to the community. It does not in any way or manner change that delivery of service for any of the calls that are received. It's a betterment.
Okay, well, thank you very, very much for that. So basically, administratively, we shared services, but we already had our own equipment, stations, employees, and so on and so forth. Just to clarify for the folks that are perhaps not quite clear on that. So I'll now open up the floor. Start with Councillor Tapley.
Thank you. I was quite surprised when we were told that we have as many or more firefighters than Huntsville does. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Tapley, I'd just like to identify that Chief Monahan is here now. I was joking and said I'm on fire, so get in here. We do. We have equitable numbers. We have a very strong volunteer fire force from firefighters through to our lieutenants and captains and our station chiefs, all on the Lake of Bays side, and very, very strong commitment.
And also, this will in no way stop us getting support when needed from Huntsville, Algonquin Highlands, wherever. Like we recently had an 8-alarm fire down that way, down more trucks than we had. We'll still support each other.
Absolutely. So we'll, with Algonquin Highlands, with the town of Bracebridge, with the town of Huntsville, we'll definitely have mutual aid, which is those crossover areas. And I suspect that with the 2 departments, Huntsville and Lake of Bays, we'll actually have an automatic aid, which will probably be that area around Hillside and Hidden Valley, where we support a lot now. So absolutely, Algonquin Highlands, town of Bracebridge, Perry to the north, Huntsville obviously will be a partner in all of this, yes.
Okay, I'd like to invite the chief to join us up at the front here where we can see him. So, and then perhaps, Chief, I don't know if you had any kind of, oh, Pat left you a muffin. If you had any opening comments or statement, go ahead, sir. Welcome, thank you for
Thank you,
for
Mayor.
coming.
I apologize, I had a doctor's appointment I couldn't pass up, so I had to go. So I walked in just as Councillor Tappy was asking about assistance. So obviously, we're part of what we call the Provincial Mutual Aid Program, and we have a Muskoka Mutual Aid Program, so that will always be there. So there will always be assistance from all over the province, all over Muskoka, so there are no issues that way. And I'm not sure if there was any other questions that...
Well, there'll be lots more, Chief.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I saw some, I'm gonna go this way. Councillor LaCroix, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Yeah, just for the public's sake and for a high level, this is nothing new. Lake of Bays has had their fire chiefs before. It wasn't until 2010 or 2011 that we actually amalgamated with Huntsville. So, before then, we did have our own fire chief for Lake of Bays. So just for the public's information, this is not something new that's coming out, but something old that we're redoing again, and hopefully for cost savings. But my questions for either the CAO or the chief, first of all, when does our actual contractual obligations end with the town of Huntsville?
Thank you, through your worship, to Deputy Mayor LaCroix and council. So it's an 18-month transition period contractually. Council provided notification through myself to their CAO and mayor. If I use the numbers in my head, we'll probably have a carryover of January, February of 27 monetarily. I would think, and I've had multiple conversations with Fire Chief Monahan in regards to looking at that transition, and I think we're both very comfortable in looking at, September, October, November, somewhere around there, where we can move and transition into that full independent, and then it's just a monetary obligation from a costing analysis. When we look at that piece, the big defining factor in that is having everything ready that allows incident command. It really goes down to the operational firefighting. It allows the call center to know who they're calling. So there's absolutely no confusion, no risk to residents, no risk to structure, no risk to the firefighters. And that really is the essence of it. We can move a pump and move hoses and all that fun stuff that's going to go on, but really it's getting that administrative piece there, aligning it properly, having the chiefs on board and understanding and saying, yeah, we're at that moment. And we think it'll probably be around that September, October portion.
So in September, October, that's when, if somebody had a fire call, it would go directly to Lake of Bays and not Huntsville?
Correct, that's what we're saying, yeah.
Okay. I know we've had discussions, or at least staff has looked at hiring a fire chief, so I'm assuming we're getting one before the end of the season. And when we looked at the report that our finance Pat said, or our finance commissioner, there were 2 or 3 half-year salaries in there. So we're looking at hiring the admin person for fire halfway through the year, and maybe potentially the deputy fire chief. But is there any potential of, I guess it would contractually come up, and hopefully the fire chief would have some say in it, but would it be possible to delay the hiring of the deputy fire chief so that it would, contractually for the township ease into the budget this year? Instead of having the full 127, maybe we would have a little less if the fire chief or the deputy fire chief came in Q3 or Q4, whenever the fire chief is deeming that he needs this individual.
Yeah, most definitely, through your worship, to council. So when we look, and I'll speak specifically, but I'll start generally just in recruitment itself. So when we look at these positions and that, we look at half positions, really we're trying to justify it to half the year. We also then look at the recruitment process for that, and we have one manager of HR that's involved in all of that recruitment. So there's automatically a gauging of importance of those hirings and a calendarization, if you will, for those hirings. So there is an automatic default. We can't hire everyone all at once, in essence. So I say that generally. Specifically for fire, we do have recruitment ongoing currently. I was going to catch all of you independently, but this is a great platform to do that. So we are currently in the process of recruiting for a fire chief. Their salary is included in the 26 budget. In looking at that and strategically thinking of it, I didn't really want to present something to an incoming fire chief that kind of handcuffed them either with the decision in saying, you shall do this and then you shall do that. And really wanted them the freedom and the mobility to turn and say, do I want to hire a deputy chief first, or do I want to hire that admin coordinator first? I have my own opinion to that. However, I didn't want to handcuff them to that. Definitely will have that discussion and share my ideologies with them. But when we're looking at that, we as staff then have to budget and we have to provide a number. And we can sequence in there. And in this world, it's easier to say that it's the 6 months, it's based off that, and that's the budget moving forward. I do believe that when we look at that, there will be a hiring most likely around the June. So we'll recruit probably in April. It takes about 2 months, 2.5 months to recruit. If we're successful, if not, it's longer. And then tying that into the follow-up, which would be the secondary position. We wouldn't recruit both at the same time. So there's a natural kind of delay in all of that as well, which provides a natural savings to the overall budget. To try to calculate that and try to put that in and numerically apply that to that line item becomes much more of a challenge. And then we start handcuffing ourselves as we start to get down the road if things don't align. And then we have to come back and look for more funding. So by budgeting it this way, it is a safe net. It allows us to make those decisions and allows us mobility on those decisions. And it allows the financial support for those decisions without having to come back to council to say, hey, we have to borrow on this because of some other undoing. So I think naturally, Councillor, that all of those items, as we recruit, they don't happen simultaneously all together. There'll be some dovetail, but there is a natural progression. And when we look at those half years, it's because we also know, as the leadership team, as directors, and myself, we come in and, hopefully the budget gets passed before the year and we're able to get out, Director McKinnon can get out to market early with some of our capital contracts. We can start to realize some savings there. We're early to the game. We can start adjusting to our work plans. We have some things that are seasonal, and then we kind of start to flow into that recruitment and look in the middle of the year. Part of the reasons and behind it. So I hopefully that answers both sides of that for you.
Last one from me, thanks for that. Where will this department be located? We're already talking about an expansion here at the office for other potential, labor force. Has this department already got someplace to go, or are we going to have to put in additional costs for building?
Thank you, through your worship, to council. So they are the Director of Emergency Services and Fire Chief, and they will be residing in the emergency control room on the upstairs of the Public Works building. So they will have a space in there. There's a room already. I've spoke with Director Peace about that. So they will reside there. That chief then will look at that master plan and that strategy and understand then where that facilitates in years to come. So I don't see that as a permanency. Maybe it is. But as it progresses through development, there is long-term capital commitments for rehabilitations of existing fire halls. That could be an expansion of office space at something centrally located. So again, not trying to handcuff the fire chief coming in and giving them the autonomy to run their business unit and to do their business case analysis and come forward.
Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor. Just watching the clock. Fire's been one of my biggest pet peeves over the last 2 terms, and I take great interest in what's happening. And the CAO and I have spent a lot of time talking about various things, and there's a couple of things very quickly I just want to clarify. We know the answer to this, but some of the public still needs to ask the question to me: what are they doing? Why is this happening? And one very quickly is just the status of Station 50, which is up Limberlost Road. And I know what the answer is, but I still get questioned as to where that's going. So,
Through your worship, to Councillor Brooks and council, and I thank you for saying that one up there, because I don't know the old numeric calls for each of the fire halls, so. That currently is being used for storage by the fire service. They put in some ancillary equipment or seasonal equipment as required. It will remain in that capacity for the short term. I think when, again, the fire chief comes in, that's all part of that fire master planning review, is where you look at apparatus, facilities, siting, all of those different pieces that go into that to build that projection for long-term capital plan. And at that point, you know, if it's something that's deemed surplus, we'll look to an avenue for that surplus.
Yeah. Again, I look at fire much like you would look at it as a general manager in hockey. You know, we hire the chief and let him then determine his staff. So that's that makes sense. Very quickly, fire danger signs. I'd like your clarification on where we're going with fire danger rating signs.
Sure, I'll kick in a bit, but then I'll turn to Chief Monahan, because he can talk a little bit more of that broader Muskoka efforts. And Chief and I have had multiple conversations about them, and with whomever that incoming chief is, the successful person, we will look at modernizing what those are, investing some money in what those are, and also then I think, and this is where I'll turn to the chief to get into the dialogue around is trying to make that decisioning, I think, a little bit simpler for the public and through that messaging. So I know that they've had some discussions at the Muskoka Fire Chiefs Committee.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mayor. To Councillor Brooks, so there are a number, I know we've had a number of discussions over the years on whether we modernize and we put up fire danger rating signs that we can control from a computer to save all that staff time of running around. However, with our new software program that we had purchased, the First Due, there is a section and there was a modular in there it's called Community Connect, that we have the residents can sign up to, and that would get instant messaging to the residents on when there was a change in the fire danger rating, and lots of other messaging that we could send out. So we're looking at that right now with First Due, and we've had actually a couple of meetings with them to get this activated for January 1 of 26. So.
Thank you, Chief. Is this something that has to go through all of the district chairs, or not chairs, but chiefs, or can we not be standalone? Lake of Bays does this?
Correct, we can. So you can just imagine trying to get all the Muskoka chiefs to agree on something. It's virtually impossible. We can't agree on a burn permit, or a burn bylaw. So no, each municipality, it'd be nice if we could get together, but we can't. So no, Lake of Bays would be standalone and would have their own messaging.
Okay, I have a couple questions, but we're going to now turn to our observation of Remembrance Day. I just want to say a couple of words. I think that I want to thank the residents and, of course, our Lions clubs that put on fantastic celebrations in both Dwight and Baysville, and I understand there's one that was happening this morning in Dorset. So certainly that's something I wanted to say, so thank you very, very much for that. I did attend the Baysville one. I couldn't attend the others, but thanks for that. We've had quite a number of local residents who have participated in war, in many of the wars and many of the tours in countries, peacekeeping tours, and there's nothing could be said except the fact that we are so very, very grateful for their service, grateful for their families, and have to consider that they gave the ultimate sacrifice so that we could have the freedoms that we have here today. So with that, I believe we can go into our moment of silence in respect for our veterans, and certainly veterans of every war, and even currently veterans that are suffering. So I'll turn to our clerks to push a button on something. Okay, well, thank you very, very much for that. We certainly appreciate that, and I urge you all to, if you pass a veteran today or in the coming days or even year-round, thank them for their service. We certainly appreciate everything they do for us, so thank you. Okay, we're gonna go back. We're still with fire. I'm looking for further questions. Is there anyone else? Councillor Godard, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. To Fire Chief Monahan, and I am happy to see the 20,000 digital signs in there. So that the signs were put off. I know they came forward last year and I think the year before in our budget, and I think this is really good timing. So this will include the program, like the email program. Is that what? I'm just trying to get clearance on that.
Yes, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Godard. So the program that we have, Community Connect, which is part of the first two, Lake of Bays purchased this along with Huntsville last year. So we purchased all the modulars. That's in the operating budget. The signs, the digital signs, we were looking at digital signs throughout Lake of Bays so that we could remotely do it. We're doing a trial. However, I think cost-wise, I think we need to go what we talked about, but then of course the new chief can take over. But I think it might be a different route where we can maybe save on the digital signs and just go with this Community Connect. But I think we need to, a demonstration for council would probably be our best when the new chief comes in.
Further questions? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Glover, and to the fire chief. Just looking at the fire vehicle 1 for $95,000 in the capital, and I'm just wondering, is that asset replacement or is that a new one?
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson and Council, yeah, that is for the incoming fire chief. So it's a net new asset to Lake of Bays rolling stock.
Further questions? Okay, I've got a couple. Provincial funding, does the province give us anything for fire?
Mayor, there are a number of grants that we have applied for over the last couple of years. I think Treasurer Allen might be able to help more with that one, but I know that the fire did apply for 2 grants, fire protection grants in 2024 and 2025. I don't believe it was only a 2-year grant, I believe, so I don't believe there'll be anything for 26. But we do apply, but they don't generally hand us over any funding or any cash. In my thoughts, I'll let CEO
go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Worship. I just have the spreadsheet in front of me, so it's a bit easier. So we do receive money from Ministry of Natural Resources in support of firefighting for wildfire. So it's about $26,000. And as the chief said, we did receive a fire protection grant, which is about another $24,000, and the firehouse sub grant, which was close to $50,000. So not directly related to the province. No, there is no direct funding allocation, but where grants provide themselves, both private or public, we look at that advantage.
Okay, thank you for that one. I can only assume that to get into levels of service discussion, we'll need the new chief. However, if you could just touch on, I had one quick question. There's funding that goes into level of service in those discussions, and with regards to water and ice rescue, any idea of the number of water or ice rescues we go year in, year out? Not the training, I'm talking about just actual rescues.
So I don't have the exact number on hand, Mayor Glover, but if you're looking at any of the tech rescues that are becoming mandatory, that is the one, other than vehicle rescue. Those are the top 2 rescues that Lake of Bays Fire Department attends. There's other rescues like rope rescue, trench rescue, confined space rescue that are very low risk for us, but we do attend a lot of water rescue calls, whether it's ice rescue or what we call still water with the boat. But we do attend more water rescues and vehicle rescues than any other type of rescue. So so we are training our members to that level for the July 1st, 2028 deadline.
So you use the word mandatory set by the province?
Correct. So the mandatory certification, there's 2 dates. One is July 1st, 2026 for firefighting. As we've talked about before, all of our members are at that level. We're ready to go. So we have no issues. We'll be compliant when it comes July 1st, 2026. And then there's the 2028, July 1st, will be tech rescue. So council, I should say, will have to make a decision on what rescues they will want to provide to the public, and ice water being one of them, vehicle rescue being another, trench rescue, confined space, rope rescue, all that. So there will be a level of service that the new chief will have to come forward with, because it's 2028 is coming up.
Interesting that the province would set mandatory service levels, yet we find it a hard time getting any money from them to support any of them. It's quite a catch. I look forward to those, those discussions.
Correct. Sorry, yeah, Mayor, and I can say that we at the chief level are pushing the province to provide a number of these provincial tech rescues. So I'll use the example. I can call the province today if we have a hazardous material spill in somewhere in Lake of Bays, and they'll send a team from North Bay, Peterborough, and all these teams. There's 6 or 8 teams spread out over Ontario that the province funds to have these tech rescues provided. So we are pushing the provincial government to come up with trench rescue, confined space rescue, these rescues that we just can't, some cities can't afford to look after. So there is a lot of movement on that. So hopefully the new chief can provide you with some more information in a year.
Okay. I think that kind of, anybody, Councillor LaCroix, go ahead. I'll see if this.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just again on the signs. So you're saying we're not doing electric signs. Does that mean we can take the 20,000 out of the budget, or are we fixing up our old signs?
I'll jump in through your worship to Councillor LaCroix. So the $20,000 is an allocation for signs. It's either the first, it's either the first step in towards electronic, or it is a replacement of the ones that are out in the field now that need replacement. Leaving them in there allows the latitude for that fire chief to come in and work on changing that. I know that council has spoken loudly and clearly on fire notifications and moving forward with that, and also looking at First Do, which is the fire records management system, and seeing how we can leverage that for notifications as well, and then the expansion of those notifications for burning permits, burning by law, those type of things as well.
Councillor Godard?
Mayor Glover to Fire Chief Monahan. The washing machines, are they replacement or new, additional?
So through you, Mayor, to Councillor Godard. So we applied to the province for a fire protection grant to replace 3 machines, which we're waiting for approval from the province. And that the machines were lined up to be replaced. I think I want to say 2028, or just this year. Oh, okay, so this year they were getting. So we have now with the provincial government. If we get that grant, then we can purchase those 3 machines through the grant. Sorry.
Further questions? Councillor LaCroix?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up on that, if we're getting a grant, why is there 36,000 in the budget for it?
Through your worship to council. So they are for replacement. They're a replacement that exists and we need to replace them. If we get the grant, it offsets the capital requirement. If we don't have the capital money, we cannot replace them. And then we run into some other problems with fire gear and bunker gear not being able to be washed and cleaned after each fire thing. So when we do put the budget together, we do look at things where we have current funding, but we cannot as staff present to council a project that's not funded, because then we cannot achieve that project if the funding doesn't come through, unless it's then midstream where we can present it in that manner. Shelf ready, as they say.
And to me, that makes perfect sense, because you don't know whether you're going to get the grant. But if you get the grant, does that mean it comes out of the budget somehow, or does it go into reserves again?
It's an accounting procedure that makes it go into the line item, and then, yeah. So the money would then be transferred into reserves and help offset. As Director Allen has said multiple times, when we look at a corporate budget, the municipality has to run a zero. They cannot run a deficit. So at the end of the year, after every year, you look at surplus and deficits departmentally, and you combine that. And if it's in a deficit, we use our reserves to offset that so that we're not automatically applying that to the next year's levy for services. We have a tendency to run just a moderate, slight surplus, which allows us then to balance across departments. So if Public Works has a very terrible winter, accompanied with some other seasonal problems, and our Parks and Facilities Department doesn't have as much of an impact, those two operating lines may show that increase, which we want, because we want to understand that, but they help offset each other corporately, so we don't have to use the reserves for that. So yes.
Okay, Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor. Just following back to a comment that you made yourself, Mayor, and that's the fact that we're being obligated to have all of these accreditations, and yet the province isn't giving us any stipend to be able to offset those costs. It's interesting because when I go to the fire conference in Toronto, and the Solicitor General is always there and always talking about how great the services are and all the things that we provide. Is there any way that we can maybe utilize his experience to leverage with the province to be able to get us some funding?
Through you, so I could say that at least through the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs, they're constantly looking to push for more funding. They're always, I will say, asking. So that is a priority that I know that the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs is pushing for. So me not sitting on the board, I don't have all the ins and outs, but I know that they keep talking about how they're pushing the Solicitor General for more funding because we are underfunded.
Yeah, I can add to that over the last 2 years when he's been speaking, it's almost boilerplate. Same message every year is like we want to help you guys out, you guys and gals out, but our hands are tied. So
yeah, and they they're helping us out through our cancer prevention right now. So they're throwing a lot of funding towards us for cancer prevention over the last 2 years, which is fantastic. However, we still need more funding for tech rescue, all that kind of stuff. Yes.
Certainly, Councillor Brooks, to answer your question, as you recall, I think you were at the one where I spoke to the Solicitor General in front of all the firefighters. But delegations can be had, they could be arranged. I think that a unified approach to this, because the entire District of Muskoka's fire chiefs all are well aware of the shortfall in funding. Everybody has huge needs, and there's no way that they're going to be able to achieve that based on the way the future looks for the funding for fire. So certainly some sort of unified approach to a delegation would be a good idea in my mind. It carries more clout than just, say, the Township of Lake Bay is going for a delegation with the Solicitor General at one of the conferences.
If I might, that would be top of my list to add to a request for delegation at Roma.
Okay, and I just before we close off on fire, Councillor LaCroix opened up with a sort of an augmented approach to onboarding these two new looks, and we did get a letter suggesting that we have so I want to keep that on the back burner, and your answer was very good as to why we'd like to have them both come on for the 6-month term, but if we get down to the nitty-gritty of the final tax levy and we could wiggle a bit to help us out, because of course our job as councillors is to find any funding we can to lower the levy. So that's why the question was asked, and I just wanted to put a little benchmark on that, possibly for later on in the discussions today. So are there any further questions with regards to fire for now? Not seeing any, so thank you very, very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, oh, it's here, oh, okay. Okay, so, council, we're going to go next to, I believe I've got library next, so if we can have our folks come forward. Okay, so I'll open up the floor to you, and you probably have opening statements or whatever you've got to let us know and explain your asks, so go ahead.
So thank you, Mayor Glover and Council, for the opportunity to present our budget estimate for 2026. As an introduction to our budget estimate, the Lake of Bays Township Public Library Board would like to provide a brief overview of what the library has been up to.
Can I get you to just bend it down just a little bit so it's getting, yep, better hit.
Okay.
Thank you. Or pull it, you can move it closer too. There you go.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks. We're proud to offer 2 welcoming, inclusive, and accessible community spaces open to residents, cottagers, and visitors. We currently serve 4,485 registered patrons, their families, and countless additional individuals who utilize our complimentary Wi-Fi programming and comfortable spaces. Our strategic plan serves as a guiding framework for our initiatives, and we have successfully completed numerous objectives outlined within it. Our focus over the past several years has been the expansion of the Dwight branch, which will alleviate space limitations and enable the introduction of novel programming, services, and enhanced community integration. The expanded facility will cater to diverse community requirements, including support for small businesses, technological access, and children's resources. Our library system prioritizes creating an inclusive, welcoming, and safe environment for all patrons. In 2024, the dedicated staff, diverse collection, and programs earned the Dwight branch the Caris Award for its unwavering commitment to inclusivity and accessibility. Both library branches offer comprehensive technological support and resources, including Wi-Fi access, a 24/7 digital library with ebooks, audiobooks, movies, TV series, music, and children's devices to assist them in thriving in the digital world. Our objective is to meet the diverse technological needs of our community. The Library Board is committed to ongoing training. We regularly seek professional guidance, we join committees, we volunteer to gain a deeper understanding of community needs and enhance its governance capabilities. Additionally, the Lake of Bays Township Public Library achieved successful reaccreditation, demonstrating a resolute commitment to transparency and exceptional service standards. With the expansion of the Dwight branch now underway, the Library Board requires $50,000 for the addition of a manager in the Dwight branch. We believe this will be a strategic investment in the library's future and its ability to serve a growing population. The Dwight branch is the hub of the community. As the physical space increases through the expansion, the supporting resources necessary to maintain and enhance current and future levels of service is paramount. Currently, the responsibilities of CEO and branch manager in Dwight are included within a singular job description and have been executed for a number of years by one staff person. With the growing library, there are increased demands on staff to meet community expectations. Currently, over 50% of the CEO branch manager's time is spent in duties more consistent with the manager role than that of the CEO duties. This model may have sufficed in years past. However, as the library system as a whole expands, the increased duties consistent with the CEO role needs to be addressed. A dedicated Dwight branch manager, like the branch manager in Baysville, will oversee daily operations, manage the branch budget, facilities, and service delivery, and engage with community members, stakeholders, and partner organizations. Dedicated management for both Baysville and Dwight branches is crucial to maintain the enhanced service levels for our residents in Lake of Bays. The position is included in the 2026 operating budget, representing a strategic investment in the library's future and its ability to serve a growing population. A library's chief executive officer provides strategic leadership and operational oversight for a public library system. They work with the library board to develop and implement strategic plans, manage all aspects of library operations, and ensure the library effectively serves its community. The CEO also acts as a key spokesperson and ambassador for the library, building relationships with stakeholders and advocating for library services. Adding a dedicated branch manager in Dwight will allow the CEO to grow and serve the library system, focusing on board priorities such as developing and implementing the library's strategic plan, ensuring alignment with its mission and values, and effective execution of the plan. Overseeing all library operations, including budgeting, finance, researching new grant opportunities, HR, facilities management, and service delivery. Building relationships with community members, stakeholders, and partner organizations to promote library services and advocate for funding. Developing and managing the library's operating and capital budgets, ensuring financial accountability and transparency. Human resources management, which oversees all HR functions like recruitment, training, performance management, and employee relations. Develop and implement library policies and procedures for efficient operations, attend board meetings, and provide regular reports and recommendations. And finally, promoting the library's value and advocating for its role in the community. With the addition of a dedicated branch manager in Dwight, the CEO will have the necessary time to address key priorities that the board deems necessary as we move forward. They include seeking charitable status, which will enhance our financial sustainability by allowing us to seek grants that we cannot currently access. Using the Valuing Ontario's Libraries Toolkit that will help our library show its value and impact, enabling us to advocate for more funding. It provides a data-driven framework for creating reports, highlighting the library's social return on investment in education, culture, and economic development, which can support arguments for future funding opportunities. Planning and implementing the grand opening for the Dwight branch, which will involve strategic planning and coordination with the township, community engagement, a clear program, and extensive promotion. Additionally, as the Dwight branch is updated and outfitted, the CEO will coordinate the sale and/or donation of surplus equipment. Despite the provincial public library operating grant remaining unchanged for over 2 decades, the library remains steadfast in its commitment to exploring innovative strategies to secure grants and generate revenue. This will enable the library to continue providing exceptional service to the Lake of Bays community. One such initiative involves the establishment of makerspaces in both branches. Library makerspaces are communal areas equipped with tools and resources for hands-on creative projects. These spaces foster a collaborative and creative environment, moving beyond traditional quiet settings to one of shared learning and experimentation. Makerspaces in libraries support lifelong learning and skill development, foster economic opportunity and entrepreneurship, encourage creativity, and support education. Providing our community with access to emerging technology will improve digital literacy and provides the opportunity for workforce development and job readiness. These spaces will operate on a pay-per-use model, thereby generating a small revenue stream that will cover the cost of materials. Examples of equipment possibly found in library makerspaces include 3D printers, laser cutters, sewing machines, and digital media tools. The board is pleased to note the inclusion of funds in the capital budget for refreshing the Baysville branch interior, upgrading the technology, and installing accessible shelving, thus bringing it in line with the Dwight branch, which will have these items covered through funds raised to support the Dwight expansion. Thank you for your time and continued support. We eagerly anticipate the opportunities that will arise from the inclusion of a dedicated branch manager in Dwight. This will liberate our CEO to propel our library forward in extraordinary ways. Any questions?
Okay, did you want to say something as well, or? Okay. I'm going to go to council. Who would like to begin? Councilor Bard.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I know that this has been a long time in coming, and in the past, we've just cobbled together a few thousand here or there to add some extra hours to some of the other staff to take pressure off of the CEO, but I think this is a much better way of doing things.
Further, Councilor Tapley.
Thank you. Do I understand that Baysville has a manager currently?
Through you, Mayor Glover, yes, Baysville does have a full-time manager.
And Dwight does not. So you were doing the Dwight's CO manager position?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. Councilor Anderson.
Thanks, Mayor Glover. Great presentation. I'm on the library board. I know these guys are working really hard, and the library board is certainly for this idea. And my question is just a little bit about the finances. Like, I'm looking at the request of $50,000 in Q3. So basically, you would be looking at, the board would be looking at trying to have somebody on board for the last half of the year. Is that what that $50,000 is representing?
Through you, Mayor Glover, that's correct.
Okay, further questions? Councilor Brooks, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Kathy or Kathy. As we look at the current budget, the combination of CEO and branch manager, it's 127 approximately. That's what's in the budget. And then we're looking at 50 for a new branch manager. So, but that's only for half a year. So the CEO, I guess I'm trying to get my head around, the CEO and manager right now is 127, but in the future it's going to be, is it still going to be 127 for the CEO, or is that going to be dropping? Because now the manager is 100,000, because you're saying 50 for half a year, so that's 100,000. I'm just questioning, again, getting my head around the dollars and cents.
Through you, Mayor Glover, that's an excellent question that I would have to speak to Pat about what's been allotted in finances for that. I do know that the job description, the CEO job description would be altered by the board to include more of the high-level duties. So whether when that job description got evaluated by the pay equity person, whether that wage would change, I can't answer that.
Yeah, because if I might, the way I would see it, and I'm you know, I'm certainly supporting the library, but I'm looking at it and saying the CEO's responsibility is, again, looking at the org chart, you've got Dwight and you've got Baysville. So the CEO is actually over and above both of those. So he or she could be in either one, or he or she could be in neither. They could be in an office in another place. They could be a work from home position. You know, it's hard to imagine where that could go. It's the sky's the limit. But again, it's back to the dollars and cents. So.
Further. Okay, I had a few questions. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just, I know you've probably thought of it, but just for the public and us, does it have to be a branch manager? Could it be a full-time employee without budgetary obligations, that the CEO could keep that part of it, but relinquish all the other day-to-day stuff, which would make it, you know, just a full-time employee instead of a manager? Is that something that you thought of, or is that possible?
Through you, Mayor Glover, that was discussed in a board meeting, and the board felt that to make Baysville and Dwight branches comparable, it would be best to follow the model that is set out by public libraries in Ontario, which has a CEO that oversees operations and spends all of their time on the larger board-driven directives, and then have a person in each branch that was doing the day-to-day operations and managing those branches, so the model in public libraries is to have that CEO at the top working hand in hand with the library board on those larger, future-ranging, I don't want to say issues, but topics, I guess.
To elaborate on Councillor Anderson's question, I don't think he followed it through as much. I think he was trying to say, instead of having this branch manager for 6 months, would it be possible to elongate it down to 3 months? Do you need him right away? Do you need that person right away for half a year, or is a quarter of a year enough? Since you're having to move out of the community center into the library, that's going to take transition. It may not happen until the fall anyways. Do you need that branch manager there that quickly?
Through you, Mayor Glover. Fair question. I think that the timing of our ask and our planning was that right now, as you know, there's a lot of planning going into the expansion and what the inside is going to look like and trying to organize all of that. Recruitment, as our CAO indicated earlier, takes some time. So planning that all out, we thought having that person start in the summer when it gets busier, that would free up the CEO to be still working on the expansion and all the details that need to go into that, because the manager could handle the day-to-day operating of a program, which gets done a lot in the summertime, and then they'd be free to step in fully to that role in the summer and into the fall. So that was the rationale behind the timing of the ask.
So in understanding that, then I guess council could, if they wish, if we put X number of dollars in instead of Y, we could then give them that money, and then they could coordinate whatever they need to do with it. So there is an opportunity to save a little bit of money there.
So the question to the treasurer, I assume she's back there somewhere. Like, we're not really allowed to tell the library how to spend their money. We're just allowed to set the budget. Is that what I understand? That's correct. So building on these comments here, I've heard from some folks too, and there's concern in that, how quickly will the library be built? If you look at for now, and it's hard for me to support the manager at this point. I believe that if you believe you need a manager, that's great, but I've got a 20% increase in operational. I assume that's to cover the manager, right? I assume. You've got a refresh going on in Baysville, and you've got a new build going on here, which equates to close to $3 million in the total. And that's one of the largest amounts of money, that in my short term on council of 16 years, I'm in my 16th year, I've never seen before. So in order to work with us on this, I see that it could be sellable if you even push this new manager into the new year, once you're up and running, because it's hard for me to justify all this money going out in one gouge, and it's not gouge, bad word, one go. We are to set an annual budget, but we can't really tell you what to do with it. And I think what I'm hearing is we'd like to see be more creative with how you cover this off to get us to, in my mind, through the year, but certainly closer to the year end. And how could you help us? Could you put off the refreshing of Baysville, and find us, equal amount of money and somehow do it? I don't know. I have questions too around, and it's clearly because I don't know. We're after all we've finally, we just applied for charitable status. But when all these donations come in, what do they get allocated to? Programming? Is that where the money goes when you get money in that's donated? Or do they go to, because in your report later on in the day, it's going to come up at the council meeting where you say books are down, people aren't taking out as many books, so it's more to programming. Is that how that works? And is there a way to just move some money around to find us, some money that we can justify and say, move it ahead?
All great points. Books in our budget are down because we've been purchasing them for a lesser amount at a different way. The money in those lines will be going to more digital resources because, as you've just pointed out, the actual physical book, the circulation of them is certainly down. The circulation of digital resources is up. So we are shifting some of that money into digital resources. We could certainly look at moving the, I shouldn't really be speaking for my board, but the board could certainly discuss moving the timing of this manager. I do believe that they do believe strongly that it is important for the future of the library to serve this community. So I really do think it's what they would like to do. But I'm sure that Kathy could talk about potentially taking that back to the board to see about moving the timing of it. As I say, I shouldn't be speaking for the board.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, yes, definitely something we can discuss. We felt this was the right time with the expansion and the increased time things that are going to be on Kathy's plate with the expansion. There are a number of strategic priorities we want to move through as well. Definitely the branch expansion in Dwight is huge, and I'm so glad to see there's a hole out there now. So yeah, we definitely could go back and discuss it at the board level regarding timing and perhaps other budget issues.
Okay, well, unfortunately, we're at the budget meeting today, and I can appreciate, you want to talk at the board level. What I guess I could do is, I see some further questions, maybe go to them and give consideration to how we could call you back possibly at the end of, as we start to round up today, if you could get some kind of an idea, something you could do, and it's, I guess the buck stops here, if you can make some sort of, because we can't say, we could say that, but that's not going to help you. We could say, oh, push it off. Well, then in my mind, that means push it right off. And it's kind of like, where are we? So we need some number to move this ahead. And if you're able to wiggle and move, that'd be great. Or if you want to stand hold, go ahead and see what happens, but it's entirely up to you. So I'll go around again. I saw Councillor Godard. I see all along here. So Councillor Godard, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Glover. Yes, I recall last year we approved some money for part-time in the budget. Did you use that?
I would ask Pat, but I think that was the year before, and we did use that. Yes.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. The feeling of the board is clearly that this would be the way to move forward with a branch manager. I see that as a future for the library. The timing is what's in question of the dollars, and Councillor LaCroix was definitely in line with where I was kind of going with my head, that as a council here, we're responsible for a bigger picture, and if there's a lesser ask at this time, then that would be something that would, in a sense, put a placeholder for the future of that position, but help us at this end trying to make decisions about dollars. So that's where I was kind of going with, if this is Q4, maybe a compromise would, or sorry, Q3, maybe the compromise would be that 25,000 could be placed in Q4, which would in a sense be a placeholder for the future of that position, and allow 26 to see some initiatives done to that role. So that's kind of where I was going with that whole thing.
Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councillor Anderson's concerns. There's no question that having a branch manager in both branches does make a lot of sense. And then that frees up the CEO, he or she, to be able to do whatever they need to do in their scope of work. I still go back to the dollars that we're not sure where we're going in the subsequent year with what is the CEO's salary going to be like. It can't be the way it shouldn't be the way it is right now if they're doing both tasks, and now we're going to take one of those tasks away. How does that manager's, without talking about numbers, how does that manager in Baysville compare with the manager in Dwight as far as what their expectations are, their scope of work, and their dollars and cents, because all of that does come into play with where the library board is going. So I think we're still at a point where I think we need to be modifying some numbers.
Go ahead, did you have some clarification?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Brooks and Council, just for understanding of wage equity, the equity review that occurs, positions at the library, the positions in the township, all of them are in the same pay equity reviews. So changes, major modifications to any job description require a review of that pay equity. When we're looking at the discussions around any of the positions that have been provided for, they are for level of service and capacity. Every director, every manager, every staff person is doing more than outside of their job description. So to say, what's in my job description, for instance, that I'm only doing that, I don't think anyone here would believe that that's all that I'm doing. And I think that echoes across the corporation. So when we're looking at some of these things, yes, when you're creating a position, there is already one. It's a duplicity. I don't know if it's called the branch manager or the branch librarian in Baysville. It's an identical position. That position exists. What's happening is our current CEO is doing some of those branch manager duties in Dwight. The position that would take care of those duties, it doesn't mean that the CEO's position changes. It means the CEO can focus on what they're trying to perform. It is no different than the other positions within the corporation. I completely understand the debate, and I'm not trying to involve myself within that. I do understand that. I just want to bring some clarity around the positions. Any of the positions suggested, there's business case analysis on every one of them. They wouldn't have made it this far if they weren't justifiable from a sense of us as the leadership team looking at it, and in this case, the board. So any major changes, any significant changes to anybody's job description right through the corporation is reviewed pay equity. Minor changes and variances, not so much. They kind of get picked up in that 3-4 year cycle when we do all that pay equity review. The other piece is when we're positioning positions, we try not just to throw them into the salary grid because that creates wage compression as well, which then artificially either accelerates or decelerates salaries for individuals and positions. So that could cost more in the long run or have a concern for that individual when we get into pay equity reviews. I'm not trying to complicate the matter, and perhaps I have, but
It's okay.
I think it's clear in understanding that the roles of inserting a position don't necessarily take away or change the roles of that person that's providing those service and those duties already.
So we can't determine who does what and what their job role is, but we set the budget. And I guess I'll continue on and then go take my turn again because I see more questions here. But thank you for that. And we shouldn't be discussing who does what for what money kind of thing is what I gathered from that. Go ahead, Councillor Tapley.
Thank you. My question is the charitable status. Why have we not applied for that before now? Why are we still working on that?
Through you, Mayor Glover. It's been on the board's hit list, I think, just for the last year. And quite honestly, I just haven't had the time to do it. It's a large process, and it's something that will be done in 2026.
Councillor Pavard.
Thank you. Just one thought. I know that, as you mentioned, it's a bit of a big library hit this year in the budget. And the reason for that is because we've kicked these things down the road year after year after year after year, the expansion and the manager position. So they're all coming to roost now. Do we want to kick it down the road another year, or do we want to deal with it?
Councillor Croy.
Well, Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, just to simplify Jeff's response to Mr. Brooks. And I don't speak for the board, but just having some experience in library, just because you're taking X away from the job description, they're going to be adding Y. So it's a complete wash, whether it's higher or lower, who knows, but it won't be, I would say it's not going to be much different. But what I was going to say, and I don't know if this is the spot, or I was going to bring it up earlier, but not so much for the library, but for all in general for the budget. I was going to propose that we accept the budget today, but not adopt it. My reasoning for that is I was thinking hopefully that we would maybe adopt it in December, so that not only would council have time to digest it more, but the public would as well. And if we have any areas where we can save, like in the library, or whether it's roads or whatever, then Pat can go back and do the numbers and we can get it all done at the same time. So that month delay would certainly help me personally. I'm sure everybody else that. So when you say to the library that, we're looking to set the budget today, but if we postpone it for a month, then they can go back to the board and see what numbers they can come up with. And that might help everybody out just a little bit more.
Yeah, and I've heard from a couple of councillors that they would like to, I guess my concern was just we are pressed to do this in the next couple of weeks. So it's the kind of thing where, I would certainly recommend that you've heard from council with regards to the budget for the library. And so I would recommend that you call an emergency meeting to have a discussion about seeing if you could find anything in there, because there are concerns around that ongoing cost of adding the employee and then keeping them. And, we're a very small town. To have 2 libraries is an amazing thing. It's wonderful. And we finally got the expansion. And, council is firmly behind the library, but we're in charge of all the numbers everywhere. And just like everybody else, you got to sell us the deal. And I'm not certain that that's done yet, but you might be able to sell it if you, add some cookies at the end somewhere. So yes, I'm pretty sure you've got council was a number of councillors had discussed with me, postponing the final till next month, and that is certainly possible. So anything else about direction for these folks, or what you want to say to the library, or are we good? Okay, we're good. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate the presentation. Okay, it's the top of the hour. I think we're going to call a lunch. Is that? Yep. Call a lunch break. It's ready to go, and we'll meet back in, 45 minutes. How about that? Okay, so thank you very much. Back in 45 minutes. Okay, well, thank you very much. Another short break, and we appreciate that. We're moving along in our budget discussion, department by department. And next up, we have Parks and Facilities, and I'll turn it over to Director McKinnon to discuss and give us his opinion.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. Before I get into my discussions, there are just a couple little things. I think it's a couple of key things to point out that in the Parks Department, our last sentence here, we focus on sustainability, accessibility, and community engagement in the departments and residents and all that lovely stuff, but it's so our visitors can enjoy the natural beauty and recreational opportunities that Lake Bays has in the special place to live and visit. And over the last 4 years, this council has really stood behind the Parks and Facilities Department. And what I mean by that is you've allowed us to grow to the service level that we needed to be, where we're not always behind. We're actually starting to get caught up on some of our projects. And so council will notice in our operations that some of those numbers are a little higher because we are getting those jobs finally done. And our residents are noticing. We get really good feedback all the time. So I just wanted to say thank you before I get into all the other stuff, in case I forget at the end. So before us, sorry, as the aging happens, I have to go between bifocals. So before us in our business plan, our main focus this coming year in 2026 will be to develop and scope the park's open space and master recreation strategy. And I think over the last couple of years, we've been using the strategy to help us justify some of our projects and what our residents have said. But this was a huge undertaking for the municipality, and it really gave us a lot of feedback. It underscored community engagement through surveys and public meetings. And we've never had the time to actually focus in and narrow this down on some of our goals and strategic things that the strategy recommends. So in 2026, our main goal is to pull apart that strategy and focus on areas that our residents and visitors and users have asked us to focus on. One of those that we were able to get off the list this year was Norway Point. And so things like that, but we've kind of been targeting it as we see and not necessarily as the strategy has laid out before us. So that's our main goal, is to put a plan together using that strategy and our capital asset plan to guide us into the coming years. So that's a fairly important step for us. Obviously, the second goal for the Parks and Facilities is the Dwight Community Center and Library project. It is the library expansion and the Dwight renovation. Obviously, that is a giant undertaking for our department, and so that is the other focus, and that is hopefully to get us into that building and everything's straightened out and services back. So as we go through down in the business plan, there's some talk about our revenues in there, the Lake Bays Community Center, and the Dwight Community Center, of course, is currently housing the library, and Kathy and I arm wrestled whether or not she should pay rent, and she won, so it's not in there. And you will also notice that there's a transfer from reserves to help offset the logging chain acquisition. So under our expenses, you'll notice some significant things happening. Of course, the Dwight Library and Community Center project, our materials and supplies, as I mentioned just a little earlier, and our maintenance, all those things are increasing as we are starting to win on some of our things. We have some staffing complement now that allows us to tackle some of these jobs with the cost of materials and such increasing. Obviously, those expenses have to increase as well. So as well, the Lake Bays Community Center, with the addition of the Bab family splash pad and playground, we are expecting certainly an increase in the hydro to operate that facility. So I'm here for questions or.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your opening report, and we are very, very proud of Parks, as we are of all our facilities, libraries and public works, and but we appreciate that those early comments. Go first to Council. Questions with regards to Parks and Facilities, Councillor Picard.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I asked earlier about our seniors centers. I think it's in the master plan what we think we might do with them, but maybe you could focus on that. Through you, Your Worship. Councillor Picard, a number of years ago, we were faced with that question, and we closed one of our seniors buildings out of 1 out of 4. And through that revelation, our seniors realized that if they're not using their buildings, that something's going to happen. So there was a huge uptake in use of those buildings. Of course, it is always a council direction for that, but at this current time, I don't see any of that on the horizon.
That's Tapley.
Thank you. 2 questions. One, the $65,000 for hydro for the Bab splash pad, that seems really high. Could you please walk me through that? Don't make it jolting.
Through you, Your Worship, that's just showing you the increase from 55 to 65. So it's just flagging the increase. That's the cost of the entire community center to operate the community center, the Lake Bays Community Center, the arena, the Baysville Library, and all of that combined. So it's a significant increase that's been pointed out to you that this is why that increase is happening.
Okay, so it's not the pad itself.
It's not the pad itself.
Great. And second question, cemeteries. Who oversees them? It's in the 3 places in this budget. The Min has responsibility for cemeteries, Parks does. I expect they're all doing different things, but who oversees them?
Through you, Your Worship. From this morning's conversation, there are 3 different locations, yes, because physical services in the cemetery fall to the Parks and Facilities Department. Administration falls to the Clerk's Department to retain the records and all those things and help with the bylaws. And then finance for the purchase and handling the money and the reserves.
Okay, so you just do the physical?
Just the physical plot layouts, maintenance, grass, digging.
Third, can I go? Keep going. Outdoor rinks. On our website, it says we have an outdoor rink at Baysville. Do we? And do we have one at Dwight? And if yes, yes. If no, no. What's going on those?
Through your worship, you've been following some social media posts. Yes, on our website during COVID, we moved our staff to outdoor facilities to keep our communities active, and that was a tremendous thing we did, and we won awards for that, if council remembers. The weather has not permitted, the outdoor rink in Baysville is in a parking lot, and it hasn't been viable. Every year we look at it, and we haven't been able to do it. In Dwight, of course, we have the outdoor rink over here across the road, and then we try to open a rink on the lake as well. And of course, all of that is weather permitted. Last year we did get it open for a little while. The year before we struggled because the water went down and the lake cracked right where the rink was, and we weren't able to do it. So we do make those attempts every year, but as Mother Nature dictates whether those things can happen or not.
Well, that is cooperative. There will be a rink. If not, it won't. Okay.
Councillor Godin.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. Scott, you've had a real busy year. I know that. I just want to ask you about the fencing in Baysville. What is that for? and why?
Through you, your worship, I am assuming that you're talking about the fencing for the Lake Base Community Center and the Bob Family Splash Pad. So some of our neighbors, there is an old existing fence there that is from 1979. It's no longer in necessarily good shape. So some of our neighbors have complained that with the uptake and use of the park, there is more chance for trespass or different things happening in their yards that they would like to prevent. So we priced out a upgrade to the fence system. Some of the fencing will be a private fence so that people in the seniors building won't see into the neighbor's yard. It'll be a private fence along there. And then a portion where there are no neighbors visible will become a chain link fence. And then down Carroll Street underneath the red pines, that will also be a chain link fence to help keep the kids from playing and running into the street. Or some neighbors complain that there has been debris that blows across the road from the park, candy wrappers, chip wrappers, things like that. So the chain link fence will also help.
Subsequent here, couldn't we not put some landscaping like shrubs and trees along Carroll Street to make it more aesthetically appealing? I have a problem with fences, and if the neighbor's complaining, maybe they should put up a fence. But anyway, it's just my thoughts.
Through you, your worship, I'll just answer that comment. I think the fence is still an important thing to identify our boundary and keep our liability risks as well under control. Certainly plantings can be added along the fence after the fence is installed. Very little shrubs will grow under those red pines, in my opinion.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Glover, and thanks, Scott. Two areas. One, if you can help me understand the Dwight Seniors floor tile and what that involves, and how $63,000 would be used for that project.
Through you, your worship. Thank you for bringing that up. A number of councillors came forward to me and asked me that question. They said in previous years we did floor tile renovations in community centers for around $50,000. How could this possibly be more? And one of those things is there's a lot of unknowns currently with the Dwight Seniors building. The building is old, pushing into 100 years old. We don't know what we're going to get into in the floor joist. It's currently a hardwood floor, a real hardwood floor, which means that chances are there's no subfloor underneath that. In the old days, they used to lay the hardwood right on the joist. So we're just trying to make sure we're prepared for whatever we're going to unfold. A few years back, we had a flood in the kitchen where we were looking at doing the floor in the kitchen as well. We actually pulled that out because the floor did dry and we canceled that. So it all kind of pushes forward. So there's just a few unknown things that could get us into a situation where we don't want to not have the funds if we decide to go forward.
Thanks, Scott. That's a great explanation. The second one was about the Hillside Dock. I'm wondering about generally condition. I guess it's all in the asset management. I'm just wondering what the status is of that dock.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson. Great question. One of the things that we have been very fortunate with this council is that you have been allowing us to get caught up on our maintenance in those areas. And so this dock is a pressure treated decking that sees a lot of snowmobile activity in the wintertime going on and off the dock. And so it does require new decking. We've been replacing boards here and there to try and limp us through. Could we do that for another year? Yes, but we'd like to get it off of our list and have it repaired and beautified. Through that conversations with some councillors, we have discussed about putting some snow fence up to stop snowmobiles from using it as a entrance to the lake.
Oh, good. Okay. Who's next? Councillor LaCroix, waving your glasses. Is that a question? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. A comment first and then the question. To deal with the fence, I'm glad to see that there's a privacy fence going along the seniors. That's a great idea. And to me, the fence is necessary. I know there's been a few issues where children have wandered off onto the neighbors' properties, and some of those neighbors have chainsaws and backhoes and dozers, and so it's not a good idea to have kids in that territory. And of course, along Carroll Street, you've got all the cars, so it has to be a fence. And you know, as Scott has said, trying to grow anything under red pine is pretty difficult. You can't even grow grass, so it's hard to get anything to grow. But my question is on the development and scope of the parks. I'm assuming this report's coming out sometime in 2026. Personally, I'd like to see it done, if we can, by Q2, maybe June. That way, you know, if we can get this parks strategy plan done, then maybe sometime during the last few months of the summer, we might be able to get one of the items off that list before the next season comes. So something for this council to help perpetuate that park plan. So that would be my question, is whether or not we can see this report by June.
Through you, Your Worship. I understand what you're saying. My caveat is that there would be no money associated with that scoping that would allow us to take on a project unless council wanted to add some money just in case a project came forward.
Well, I did check with staff, and it looks like we have money in park reserve. So if a small job came up, we could maybe take some money out and do something small.
I feel compelled to say that we don't put money in case and maybe. So that's not how we budget. But I'll turn this one over to the CAO, who might be more professional in his answer. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship. Excuse me. Just to add commentary, I think, you know, whether it's in the scoping and a project comes up or anything kind of in stream, I'll call it. So in the year the budget's already passed, report coming back to council to justify what that project is. Council considers an allocation of funds at that time for a project if it seems suitable, or it's something then that's deferred to the following year's capital plan. So I think there's ways to challenge some of those projects as they come forward. No different than with the logging chain and some of the items there, and looking at that development of that parcel. There may be something that is a low-hanging fruit that staff can present to council in midstream, and there can be a consideration of that, or direction to council to include it in the next long-term capital plan. So I think there's ways to look at that and understand it as we go through without committing anything now.
But can we commit to get the plan done by Q2 or June-ish? The plan, there's no going forward.
Through you, Your Worship. I certainly understand my hesitation to bring it forward in Q2 is just the current workload that I'm functioning under, which would make it more difficult. But I certainly could endeavor to make it happen late in Q2.
Sounds like a yes. Late in the Q2. Before we move on to Sal, in regards to Parks budget, is there money in the Parks budget, and roughly how much, and are we able to use it for something like this?
Do you mean in reserves? So the Parks reserves, there's only 9,000, but we do have a general reserve that has about 150,000.
Okay, sorry about that. After 4 hours, I start to get punchy. Okay, now I'm going this way, then I'll come back that way. Anyone else here? Councillor Bard, you're good? Okay, Councillor Brooks, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll get to my question in a moment, just following up on your question you directed to Pat. When we go back to the very beginning of this meeting, 4 or 5 hours ago, Pat talked about the volatility of them, the conditions that we're in right now. And so I would have a hard time utilizing general reserves for something when we might need it for something else. So I think I would stay away from that. But let me go back to Scott's comment about the hillside dock. And one of the, yeah, and I actually mentioned him about snow fencing, but there's another scenario. If you look at it, once we put in a new dock topping, if there is snow fencing, if there's no snow fencing, I just question whether or not it makes more sense to include in that within that 50,000 to top it seasonally with plywood, so that the sleds can go across there and just rip the heck out of the plywood instead of ripping the heck out of the dock, because that's the issue we have with some of our bridges too, is that it's wonderful to have the snowmobiles, but they do a lot of damage.
Through you, Your Worship, we can certainly investigate that to minimize the damage.
Okay, if I could go back, you made a comment with regards to volatility. The volatility is of the economy, not of the township, right? I just want to make that clear in case
Exactly, yes.
Because sometimes people are making notes and publishing things and, okay, thank you for that. Okay, going around again. Anyone else with parks comments? So I'll say a couple and then we'll see where we go. First off, we have extensively renovated the Baysville Community Center. We are looking at a beautiful renovation of the Dwight Community Center, both, I guess, Dwight and Lake of Bays Community Center, however you want to call them. I have originally the idea of council was to renovate them and then rent them for weddings and actually we get funeral rentals as well. But how are we looking at that? Because I see under the rental lines very little action, and I'd like to know if we have a plan, or are we, moving forward, how would we market them? How would we best get people to rent those spaces to actually help to generate some revenue to pay for the operation of the spaces?
Thank you, Your Worship. You're exactly right. We have created a beautiful, fabulous space with new sound system and technology. It's absolutely wonderful. How do we get that message out to people? How do we share that message? I think there will be conversations in the next budget where we look at a form of partnership with economic development, or diversing some of our current staff that work in the Parks and Facilities Department to become more of a sales marketing orientation. We have some extra money in under advertising to try and maybe attend some wedding shows. People don't know the gems that we hold. And I was talking to some friends recently who didn't realize that we had these opportunities in Lake of Bays for them to rent for weddings. And I think that we need to toot our own horn and get the message out there. And I think that people will realize that.
Okay, I was hoping for something more concrete. Can we speak to that at all? Is there any other form of way we can approach this? Because if it's talking about partnering and working, we're going to need money in a budget to do that, I would think. Or are we able to handle that off the corner of our desk?
Through Your Worship to Council, I think what Director McKinnon's speaking to is about a more formal process where it engages an alignment within his staff to create a formal marketing piece around community centers. This year, looking at 26, and we've already had conversations with Director Scher about, is that right that time? Sorry. In regards to working with economic development and creating some of that marketing. And we'll continue those conversations with Director Sykes and our communications team about marketing and trying to market both community centers. Obviously, Dwight, not until it's completed and fulfilled, but yes, with the Baysville upstairs, and trying to draw, which Director McKinnon talked about, is the awareness around the facility existing and what it can be used for. So there's an interim piece to that, but a more concrete and wholesome, we'll need that support and design of that theory.
Okay, on the same, if I could just finish, and I'll come back, on the same, in the same idea, or following the same type of idea, we're going to have an extremely busy splash pad down in Baysville. I've already heard that, you know, it's going to open this spring. And I expect incredible amounts of folks down there. I've heard it from other towns. They're all impressed with, so they're going to be coming from region wide. And I wonder, has thought been given to vending there? I don't know if we still have vending machines in their little lobbies there, but it's lovely that the washrooms are there and so on and so forth. But I think there could be quite a revenue stream out of that without creating a new snack bar or an employee to man something, or even talk to possibly entertaining someone coming out and cooking with a truck or something to, you know, and we could lease them a space or rent them space. So have we given any thought to that?
Thank you, Your Worship. We certainly have had those conversations. CAO Carlton and I have spoke at great lengths about this, and we have come to the conclusion the best opportunity would be exactly what you said, present an opportunity for a private enterprise to come in and with a food truck or an ice cream truck or whatever that looks like. So I think in the coming months, we will be back before council to make sure that our bylaws around that whole thing allow us to charge the appropriate fees for those opportunities. I don't know currently with using the beach as a previous example, I don't think that it was done as a revenue stream. It was done as a service to the community. And so if we want to change that to look at an opportunity to draw in a little bit of income, we would have to investigate how that relationship would work. And that would have to be directed through a current bylaw, which we will endeavor to have done before the spring.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Papard and then I have a couple more. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Scott, I know it's a moving target, but what is the estimated reopening of the Library Community Centre here in Dwight? Through you, Your Worship. We are hoping that it was a 9-month process from start to finish. Working in the winter months certainly will slow things down, but I anticipate that we will be in there next fall.
Councillor Godard.
Just a quick one. Thank you, Mayor Glover. Scott, I've been hearing rumors about the farmers market at the community center parking lot. And if so, is that a revenue generator?
Through you, Your Worship. It came to our attention that the farmers market in Baysville was losing their location because the local business was closing. They currently ran the market. Through conversations with CEO Carlton and Economic Development, we talked about offering them a place until they could find a new sponsor. It used to be the community group that ran it. I believe they all ran it as a bit of a fundraiser. I'm not 100% sure. So we were trying to offer a interim solution to get the market to stay in the area, so it's still attracting people, still functioning. The previous people that ran the market have offered to help us in our current location, and so staff time will be minimal to keep it operating.
Councillor LaCroix.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, just on your point of revenue, I mean, the community center, the arena floor is where the money could be made. I mean, it's, you know, years ago we used to have concerts there. There used to be shows. You know, when you go to any town, there's in the arenas, there's home shows, there's comic book shows, there's all kinds of activities inside. Now, once we get air conditioning, I mean, that space would be a very optimal spot to be. So that could be somewhere where staff could look at generating revenue once the air conditioning goes in. It could be a good moneymaker.
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago I presented the idea. I'm pretty sure we discussed it. It came to me from the late Alex Moeller, and the idea is that in the summertime, for a couple weeks or even a month, you could have a flea market on the arena floor, get someone to organize and operate it and rent out the spaces and give them free rent in one of the booths, and perhaps draw, some revenue in to help support costs of, because as we all know, arenas, swimming pools, they all cost money, and hopefully generate enough to stay on an even keel. But those are great ideas, and I mean, I guess the general message is, can we try and find some revenue with these spaces, renting them out, and doing what we can, and doing our best to get some kind of report in front of council so we can change whatever bylaws or whatever we need to do to help support that. And I think it's just a great way to facilitate that. So any other questions with regards to parks? I had one more. There's a budget line somewhere and I can't find it. You were going to do something in the in the Baysville Library. You're going to do a refresh, or is there a budget line there? And the reason I'm bringing it up, I thought there was one to paint it or something, or
I think it was a nominal fee for painting, six or 7,000. I'm just scrolling through to see if I can.
I had a brief discussion with the board and our CAO of the library. They didn't say to do this or not, but they said it was under your file, and I'm just trying to come up with a little bit of money. Could that be put off for a year, only so that we could generate a little bit of revenue to offset the budget?
Through your worship, so correct, the library has tenants. It's up to us to look after their space. They have not, it's just every so many years we try to update paint. And it has been 8 years, 7 years.
Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Tapley.
When you're looking at the Dwight Community Center, paint, treat the steel roof, possibly?
Sorry?
Paint, treat the steel roof, pardon me, at the community center here, at Dwight? Is that what you're looking at?
No.
Okay.
No. Mr. McKinnon answered my thing, but thank you. Further on parks, I think you're letting off Mr. McKinnon rather easily. Appreciate that, sir. Anyone else? We're done with parks for now? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate all your work.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so we're moving into planning, and Director Schnurr will be giving us her opening and her asks, and we'll take it from there. So whenever you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. So first, I'll just provide a broad overview of the Planning Department. So the Planning Services Department guides land use and development in the Township of Lake Bays to ensure growth is sustainable, responsible, and aligned with the community's vision. The department administers the official plan and the community planning permit bylaw, provides professional planning opinions on development proposals, land use policy, and planning applications, and develops and administers municipal environmental policy and projects. Now, the Economic Development Division within the Planning Services Department supports sustainable growth and prosperity in the township by fostering a vibrant business environment, encouraging investment, and enhancing community vitality. The division works collaboratively with local businesses, entrepreneurs, and stakeholders to strengthen the local economy while preserving the township's natural beauty and rural character. So in terms of key business plan items for 2026, you'll see in the document, the budget and business plan document, that there are 4 items highlighted for 2026. The first is the development of an active transportation strategy. So an active transportation strategy provides priority actions to deliver active transportation infrastructure across the municipality. And this aligns very well with one of the strategic initiatives of active living and community infrastructure. So the fees that are included in the 2026 budget include consulting services to complete this strategy. The next business plan item is a tourism strategy. So a tourism strategy helps guide the spending priorities for both the township and the destination marketing organization use of municipal accommodation tax revenues. The fees included in the 2026 budget include consulting services to complete the strategy, and it's important to note that these costs will be reimbursed from MAT tax revenues. The third business plan item is a housekeeping amendment to the community planning permit bylaw, specifically with regards to hobby farms review. So this housekeeping amendment specifically focuses on reviewing and refining the definition and provisions related to hobby farms to improve clarity and effectiveness of the bylaw. As Council will recall, this project has been carried forward from 2025. The fourth item is a new official plan, which I'm sure Council is aware of, but the Township of Lake Bays is creating a new official plan, a roadmap for the next 25 years. It will guide development, housing, employment, facilities, and more. And again, this project has been carried forward from 2025. In terms of a summary of the revenues for the Planning Services Department, revenues include application fees. So the application fees are based on a rolling 3-year average with a determined increase based on growth and volume of applications. Another source of revenue is a municipal accommodation tax revenue advance, like I mentioned previously, in support of the destination marketing organization and completion of a tourism strategy. Also, there's continued support towards township marketing with allocations of Lake Bays branded merchandise for sale. So you'll see a line in there, merchandise sales. That's the sale of the township swag that's out in the foyer here. And then in terms of a summary of expenses for the department, so there's contribution to the Community Improvement Plan Reserve. This is for continued council support for the private sector incentive program. As council will recall, when we brought that program forward with a policy, it was the idea of just topping up the reserve to ensure we have sufficient funds to fund those different applications. And so that's what that number is to essentially top up our reserve. Like I mentioned previously, there's the development of the active transportation strategy as a business plan item. There's purchasing of the Lake Bays branded merchandise, so making sure we have stock to be able to sell. There's also support for the township's community profile data through the Economic Development Division and keeping that data, that really important data, up to date. I mentioned the tourism strategy in support of the MAT Destination Marketing Organization and the township in a collaborative partnership. There's also continued council support to the Environmental Projects Grant Program and the Lake Bays Community Fund Program. So consistent with previous years, the budget is proposing $10,000 for the Environmental Projects Grant Program and then $20,000 for the Lake Bays Community Fund. You'll also see in there a manager of planning position to manage day-to-day operations, to assist and support the department in improving service delivery and capacity of the department. And last but not least, the continued support to contracted services in the form of a climate action strategist position, which is shared with the town of Huntsville, as well as third-party planning review as needed. So these allocations are required to support the department with the capacity to deliver the current level of service. The planning department budget starts on page 96 of the budget and business plan document, and I am available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Questions from council? Councilor Anderson.
Mayor Glover, thanks April. A little more information about the manager planning position. Can you kind of outline what it's there, but I'm wondering, like, is this also a planner? Is this a person who will take on files as well as kind of coordinate things within department and liaison amongst the other departments? Is that where we're at with this? Like, so this person actually does files too, is that correct?
Mayor Glover, yes, certainly. So the manager planning position would manage the day-to-day operations of the department while also working with others in the department on applications, pre-consultation requests, inquiries, just ensuring all of our legislative timelines are being met. And then also just with the volume of applications that we've been receiving, this manager planning position would help support and assist the department in both improving our service delivery and capacity and ensuring we have sufficient time and resources to allocate to many of the important projects that we're working on that are council priorities. So yes, that's correct. They could be working on files as well as helping and managing the day-to-day operations of the department.
Councilor Godard.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. Where would this person be located? Is it part of the $120,000 renovation? Is that the plan?
Through you, Mayor Glover. I can't answer that one. That's under the building department in terms of the expansion and where those would be seated.
Through your worship to Councillor Goddard, there is an open space, excuse me, that's available as well. So any of the positions that have been requested or justified through the process, there is a spot or will be a spot available for them to be to work from.
More questions? Councillor LaCroix.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we continue on this new manager, when do we expect this position to be occupied? Are we looking January right away, or are we looking half a year? And I must have missed it. I don't see what the pay scale will be.
Through you, Mayor Glover. Yeah, it will take us some time to post and recruit for that position. So it wouldn't be in January, it'd be later in the year in 2026. In terms of the number, perhaps Pat could confirm that. 79,000 is what's included in the 2026 budget.
Go ahead.
That 79,000 covers 3/4 of the year?
No, that's for a full year.
Questions? Okay, I'll go and see if you spur anybody on. I'm on to economic development, a question there. You mentioned that the economic development attracts new investment and development. Can you give us any examples of that happening?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Glover. I mean, the economic development officer is constantly out doing networking opportunities. There's business support and networking, so a core advisory group that they're involved in. There's also implementation of the workforce development strategy, which is something that's a regional strategy to help with attracting essentially workforce that the businesses need. So there's just a number of different regional marketing initiatives that they're also taking part in to essentially market and advertise the municipality.
So it says attracting new investment. Is there any examples of investment that's been attracted through the position?
I mean, that's something that's ongoing. In terms of a specific one, no, it would just be something that's continually ongoing.
Okay, I got another question with regards to the tourism strategy. What does a tourism strategy cost?
Yeah, so we have put $50,000 in the budget for the tourism strategy, and that would be for consulting services to release an RFP.
So is that the total cost? Because I thought in some line where you said you had advanced 65K from the MAT tax. So
Yeah,
it's
so
50 and 65. Is it 100 and whatever, or is it 65K or 50K?
So it's 50,000 for the tourism strategy. Then there's 15,000 included for support for the destination marketing organization. So that's the total of the 65,000.
Okay. That's all I have for now. Anyone else? Councillor Godard.
Thank you. In regards to the active transportation, that's for biking and what else can we offer?
I mean, the active transportation strategy is going to look at everything within the municipality when it comes to active transportation infrastructure. So looking at our existing infrastructure, identifying how that can be improved, and also looking at different opportunities and where we could be implementing additional active transportation options. So it's looking at everything within the municipality and how we can deliver that infrastructure more efficiently.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. This may be to the CAO. Just about back to the planning manager. Certainly seems that it will create efficiencies. And I'm just wondering how we would see these results. How are those efficiencies tracked? How will council or the public in the long term see how this position is actually helping with the efficiency?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson and council, the first thing that comes to head is the amount of applications and the time process to which it takes us to move through those. So from start to end, and I think that's the biggest piece where our customers, our residents, our folks coming to the counter for planning, looking at their properties would understand that, and we start to measure what that time horizon looks like currently, which we already have the analytics towards, and we look at that improvement and we set baseline for that improvement. What's realistic for us to achieve? Analyze the process, so look at the way we actually process the applications on the intake, how we put it through that, what that process management is, are there bottlenecks, is there waste? Remove all that and see if there's betterments and efficiencies through that. So to me, it's a measure. The framework that we're working through today is also that reporting module back. So as we start to get into quarterly reports, you'll see them come back in this format. So you'll see all those analytics. You'll see the numbers of applications come through. We can develop different measures or KPIs, as they call them, key performance indicators, that may be the horizon of time. It takes 9 months and it takes us 8 months and then it takes us 7 months. Making sure and ensuring that those promises are realistic for us to achieve. They're doable. Even with this position, I will highlight that our application level is still much higher than our neighboring municipalities. So it won't be an overnight switch, I guess is what I'm saying. But yeah, I think the accountability through this whole process is us coming back to council at those quarterly reports and telling council this is how we've done based off of our business plan. And this is then the cause and effect to how we've managed that money. Because the budget is the piece that we're talking about, but it's the business plan that those finances support. So coming back and talking about how we're performing, how we're doing, holding ourselves to account in front of council and community is how we resonate back with that, I think, responsible change.
Councillor Croy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I guess going towards your point, I always struggle with hiring consultants to do all our work. And when we look at a tourism strategy for spending our MAT tax money, to me, I just don't understand why we can't do that in-house, or why we couldn't look at other municipalities like Huntsville or Bracebridge, how they're doing it, how that aligns. It seems the only people that ever get rich around here are consultants. So I just wondered, why we can't do that ourselves.
I must say, Councillor Croy, I hear you, because you've made the speech a lot, certainly make it a district as well with regards to consultants. I think I know the answer, but I see you're going for your microphone, so you go ahead, Mr. CAO.
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor LaCroix and Council, I apologize, Director Schnurr, for jumping in, but I think it's imperative to express this across the board, not just with this, but other pieces where we do it, because there is that kind of missing link within the public sometimes where we're just hiring consultants to do this, and who's doing the work, and that age-old battle. And as you guys know, I come from an engineering and public works background, and I have professed this many, many times. We can pay to have a professional of a certain caliber on staff year-round at a very, very high price point, or we can effectively rent them for the period of time that we need their speciality, and then apply that logic across the board with the professionals that we have in employment. And this is the case here. Yes, I think through Director Schnurr's team and our folks in economic development could absolutely do this work, but what are we setting aside to accomplish that work? What are we not doing? The bucket is full. I think you can see that from this budget. I think you can see that from the comments that the directors have made. There isn't a capacity to take on more without looking at it and realigning what we're actually trying to achieve. And we're trying really hard to achieve everything, most likely to our own fault and detriment at times. But I think in these scenarios, we rent that external professional, and then we take that, we scope it, we adhere it, and we bring it back in and make it that Lake of Bays piece. And I think there are scenarios. I also don't fully agree with hiring consultants for absolutely everything if there's no logical reason to do that either. So I think it's finding that right balance and mix. I can say moving forward, when we look at consultant help or third-party help, it's either for capacity, because we don't have that capacity to do it in-house, or it's for a specific in that professionalism that we may or may not have there. So it's kind of a measure of both.
Further. Okay, I just have one idea here on this and some of the conversations we've had earlier. I mean, clearly, council doesn't have a lot of questions about the need for these new hires. I think that staff have done a wonderful job explaining it, and it's pretty clear if we want to continue at the service levels and so on and so forth. So a suggestion might be if we were able to push the planning manager to a fourth term hire, the library to a fourth term hire, and the fire, one of the two fire hires to a fourth term fire hire, we would be helping the bottom line. So I'll just throw that out there, and we'll get into that discussion maybe a little later on. But are there any other questions for planning? Not seeing any, so that's, thank you very much. And we're on to Public Works. Morning, sir. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome. Go ahead whenever you're ready, Mr. Peace.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As you know, Public Works is committed to maintaining and improving our municipal road infrastructure, ensuring delivery of safe and efficient services to our residents and visitors, and operating year-round. The department plays a crucial role in promoting community safety, mobility, and emergency preparedness. We've taken on a couple of initiatives for 2026. The first one, which is going to be the all-encompassing project for us this year, is the engineering design standards and manual, which is going to combine a whole bunch of little pieces and bylaws that we've had in place for a long time. When you start looking at entrance permits, road occupancy, severances, everything that's happening within the municipality all affects roads and our delivery of service. However, we have gaps that we want to try and fill. So when you look at some of our subdivisions that are going in, or plans of subdivision that come in, they're looking for standards for roads. We have pieces of documents, whereas what we want to create out of this is one complete document that will answer all of the questions relating to engineering standards and designs for the municipality. So going to Councillor Tapley's question earlier about streetlights, this document would include a process and set a standard on how does somebody apply for a streetlight on their property or in front of their house. So it's to try and combine everything into one document that works for everybody. It will also tie in with building and planning and some of their stuff coming through the OP, and everything else that we do as a municipality, sale and disposition of land, will all touch this document as well. So it should encompass everything and make it simpler for our residents and developers and everybody else to work within the municipality. Second project that we've got ongoing, as you know, is the Muskoka Road 117 revitalization project. Cole's Notes version of that project, at least on the township side, that's going to end up with giving us the installation of sidewalks on one side, 2 new crosswalks, multi-use trail that's suitable for all seasons, including the use of the OFSC snowmobile trail, which will help reduce the amount of interactions between sledders and traffic and or pedestrians. Rest areas, outdoor seating, and pedestrian lighting to enhance comfort, safety, and accessibility for all users. This is an ongoing project that was started this year and will finish up by the end of summer, I think, is where they're targeting right now, or into the summer of next year. Hopefully the spring will be gentle on us and they will get a quick start first thing in the year. And the last project that we're looking at is a traffic policy, which is basically going to come up with an engineering-based framework for implementing interventions that can reduce speed and or traffic volumes with the goal of enhancing safety for all users, improve the quality of life with our residents. These all tie into our strategic initiatives. The other piece that this traffic policy will do in future years is it'll help start building our traffic counts for our roads need studies to give us more accurate read on our roads and help us shape the engineering going forward. When it comes down to revenues for the department, our revenues are based on sort of 3 factors. We have the municipal grant from the district, which is a payment for services provided for servicing district roads within the township. Contributions from the Ontario Aggregate Resources Corporation, or TORAC, which is a fee that's paid by aggregate producers within, or all aggregate producers, and then it's just a portion of it is distributed to the municipalities. and then our permit fees. So entrance permits, road aucts, all generate some revenue. On the expense side, Public Works is divided into several categories, but it basically comes down to two. We have our operations or our capital. Operations covers the costs required to maintain our current level of service for our residents and visitors through our regular day-to-day activities. And the capital portion is the funding to maintain the asset itself, such as roads, bridges, equipment, in line with our asset management plan and our roads needs study. Something else that happened with our expenses that was a change from last year to this year was there was $120,000 reallocated from the long-term capital plan into the operations budget. The overall impact to the Public Works budget was not significant due to budgetary efficiencies aligning with financial trends. So looking at what we've been spending and what we need to spend, the full realization of the 120 did not hit us as a total number. Looking at sort of some of the conversations that I've had with council leading up to today, there were some questions and comments relating to a couple of line items that I'd like to bring forward. One of them was with regards to the postponement of the resurfacing of Paint Lake Road. The postponement was due to two reasons. One being Paint Lake Road was identified or brought up as a potential active transportation route. So waiting until we have the completion of the active transportation strategy allows us to implement all of those recommendations across the network. And the other piece was the overall budget and financial considerations of the budget that's been presented to council today. The other question that came up was in relation to the long-term capital plan and North Camp Lake Road Bridge. This project is actually for the recoating of the structural components of the bridge. Basically, it's a media blasting to remove the existing paint and protective coatings, and then the reapplication of those coatings. So I just wanted to provide that clarification for all of council. I had a couple people ask, so I wanted to make sure it came forward. And then on the emergency management part, which is the other side of my portfolio, as part of the emergency management budget, an external consultant was hired this year, or was engaged this year, to conduct a thorough review and update of the township's emergency preparedness plan. This initiative will ensure that the plan remains compliant with provincial standards, incorporates ongoing training and exercise for staff over the next couple of years, which is mandated by the province. And this renewal of the plan will also support the transition of emergency management from Public Works over to fire services over the coming term. So in conclusion, the budget outlines the funds necessary to sustain the township's established service levels that we provide to our residents, visitors, and everybody else that comes into the area. Thank you for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you for the report. Council, questions for Public Works? Go ahead, Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor. Since we've been hearing a lot of consultant report of 50,000 or 20,000 or whatever, and then we get into yours, Steve, and we're talking about a brand new engineering design and standards manual, which is very intensive. I kind of have an idea, and yet there's no money attached to it. How does that work?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Brooks, we already have a lot of these documents contained or in existence already, but they're all in little pieces throughout our records and throughout our policies. So it's a matter of incorporating it, and that's something that we feel we can take on internally to combine them into a document and move forward. It's not something that's going to be written in stone. It's something that we will update and change as we come across new things.
Basically. Yeah. Okay.
Further questions, Councillor? Are we all too tired now? Everybody's holding their heads up. Councillor LaCroix.
Thank you. Yeah, I had all my questions answered. I asked the CAO and Steve, but the one thing that I brought up to the CAO was under subcontracting. Everything we do is thrown under subcontracting. So if council wanted to know how much we spend on brushing or ditching or tree removal or whatever it happens to be, we can't see it because there's no line item. So I was just wondering, in the future, for instance, I would like to see brushing and ditching, what the amount is for each one in here. So I would have an idea on whether or not we should increase it or not. So maybe just for the future, like next year or whenever obviously the next year when the next budget comes out, maybe some of those subcontractor items could be listed so that we could have a better understanding of where the money's going.
Mr. CAO?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Deputy Mayor LaCroix and Council. Excuse me. We did talk about this, I think it was yesterday. The days are bleeding together, I apologize. And as I explained, this being the first time with the framework here, I already have a list of things that kind of betterments and enhancements for that. And this is one of those things that we'll consider as we kind of bring the framework back again and start working through it more and more. We'll just keep innovating and making betterments so that that information is available for all the decisions that need to be made.
And I think it's also important, Council, that it's excellent that you spoke to some of the folks here, staff, with your questions, but the public should hear some of the questions as well, even though they've been answered once. It's important that we tell people, we show people how darn smart you all are. So I'll continue on with questions. Any more questions for Public Works? Seeing none, I'll come back if there are. I've got a few. Steve, can you talk to me a bit about fuel and how we purchase fuel? Got $200,000 in fuel. I just wondered, do we buy it do we have a discount rate? Do we buy it in bulk? Do we buy it along with any of the other towns around, or do we have any kind of buying package on fuel?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Our fuel is done through a procurement, so we put a tender out to all the suppliers, and our fuel we paid what's called the rack pricing, so we're basically paying the same price the gas stations pay. We don't pay retail, we're paying bulk supply. So we get a savings because we are a bulk purchaser.
Okay. I'll continue unless someone puts their hand up. This active transportation renovation we're talking about for Paint Lake Road, this has to do with the bike race? Is that what this is, or what was that turnaround there? Wasn't there a discussion around where bikes turn around and so on and so forth? Is that what this is about? Go ahead.
Yeah. One of the councillors brought up use of 117's already an identified cycling route. And through conversations with some of the councillors, there's discussion about when Paint Lake gets resurfaced, can we make it a little bit wider to accommodate the ability for cyclists to use that road safely, to try and encourage more connectivity between the municipality and around the municipality.
If I could just ask, are you talking about widening 117 or widening Paint Lake?
Widening Paint Lake Road.
Okay, go ahead, yeah.
So that was where it originally came from, and then tying it in with the active transportation policy and strategy that's going to come out, or the strategy and then the subsequent policy that comes out of it will give us the guiding principles on what we're looking for and what our design parameters are to try and encourage.
Yeah, where I was going was if we're tying it to a bike race, there's no certainty about the bike race, so I didn't want to be tied to that. I'll keep going unless I have another question. You've got in your line items a structure study recommendation. Can you explain that? It's 87.9.
That's following the OSIM, or the Ontario Structural Inspection Manual, doing repair work on our structures across the municipality. So they're not huge projects, they're all just little pieces. And then the other one was the recoating of structural steel on the North Camp Lake Bridge. Sure.
Okay, question about, in the past, we've ordered trucks ahead. Is anyone caught up manufacturing-wise with big trucks, and are we going to continue to have to order them ahead of time, which is confusing and confuses council when they come to budget time because we've already approved things, if you could answer that.
Yes, as it stands right now, all indications are we're still sitting at the 12 to 14 month delivery time on a plow truck. I can briefly speak for fire, but they're probably approaching the 24 months. So yes, next budget cycle, staff will be coming forward again in July, August to ask to pre-order that truck again due to the delivery times.
So are you saying you're coming in this July, next July, to ask us to
pre-order for 2027?
And so then my question is to the treasurer, when do we start paying for those purchases? When the trucks come, or? Go ahead.
Yeah, we don't pay for them until they're delivered.
Okay. And
so all it is the permission for staff to go out to tender or to follow procurement to get that truck ordered in time to have delivery in the year we need it.
Okay, and then no more hands up yet. Oh, go ahead, Councilor LaCroix.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up on your Paint Lake bike route, when the Parks Land plan came out, it was suggested by council that maybe since we're retiring the Dorset facility for seniors, that we could make that a picnic area and a / transportation spot where people could park their cars and have a family-friendly bike route between Dorset and Baysville along Paint Lake Road and Browns Brae Road, and then down to Echo Lake Road and into Baysville. So it would be, you could go either way from Baysville to Dorset or Dorset to Baysville, but that was the idea.
So is that a parks matter?
It came under the parks thing that we did
and
last year or whatever.
And we approved that, and it's...
Well, it was one of the suggestions, and that's what we have to wait for.
Okay, it's a suggestion. I think I'll leave it at a suggestion. Finally, I wanted to speak briefly about, all I hear about is speeding everywhere. Everybody's speeding, and everyone wants traffic radar lights and police everywhere. And the fact of the matter is after COVID and during COVID, people were traveling quicker, and we've noticed changes due to certain things that we've put into process. I just wanted to because I'm not sure if you missed it or not, you were talking about your traffic policy and how that will affect speeding.
Yep, through you, Mayor. The intent of that is to come up with a standard frame, engineering-based framework. So not gut feel, not I feel people are speeding or I think they're speeding. It will provide a process for us to follow in order to gather the information and provide that information to the OPP for enforcement, and or look at measures of our own to try and look at the geometrics and the design of that road upon resurfacing. Is there something we can do to help as well? So it's just to make a standard process that's easy for everybody to understand and to follow.
Certainly appreciate that one. I think that'll relieve a lot of stress everywhere, because we'll have engineered studies to show road speeds and what they should be roughly, and then we'll have to argue above and beyond what people think a truck is doing as it's going by when they want to complain about speeding. So, but speeding's a huge, huge thing, and at the OPP board spoke to it for, I had a good hour speech on that. So at any rate, thank you very, very much for that. Further questions for Public Works? Not seeing any. Okay, so thank you very much, sir. And I'm looking procedurally where we're going next. We wanted to talk, what have you got? Okay, okay, so that one's on the side for now. First, we have to determine, I guess, where we are with regards to the total. There was some requests for a little bit of time. I know that the library wanted some time to reflect and look back. Councillor LaCroix asked that we put this off for a month so that people could come forward. Is there anything anyone wants to say with regards to that? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. I support the idea of allowing all this amazing amount of information to be digested by, again, us, but primarily by the public, and see if there's any other feedback before we, so I would certainly agree that it'd be nice to come back in a couple of weeks or a month to do the final.
Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor. In principle, I agree with my counterparts. I would not want to go a month. We're getting too close to season's greetings and all that stuff. So if it's something that the council would agree on, we have a planning meeting in 2 weeks. Could we maybe have a quick emergency meeting right after planning to resolve this issue? That would give us 2 weeks for the public to chime in on this, and for our departments to kind of sharpen their pencils if need be.
I personally have no problem waiting the month. It'll be another council meeting, and I mean, most budgets aren't even passed till, January, February. So I'm very comfortable waiting a month, but I'm open to hearing from council. If you want to rush it through in 2 weeks, why wouldn't we rush it through today then? That's the way I look at it. So moving along, I need to hear from somebody. Is anybody out there here? Go ahead, Councillor Tapley.
I'm happy with the month. It's at a time. Why are we rushing it?
Anybody else? Councillor, you're good?
Same.
Okay. So then that needs some tweaking or something, I guess. Do we want to give direction to staff with regards to where we want the budget to land? We're right now at 5.56. Somebody help me, 5.56. Does anyone have concerns with where the budget lands? And if I could go back to our treasurer to maybe reread that one line saying 556, what it reflects and how much it is per $300,000 assessment.
37, 38 or something.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So 1% increase in residential tax rate equals approximately $77,885 of taxation revenue. Average property valued at $300,000 at the 2025 tax rate charges $674.77. At a 5.56% tax rate increase in 2026, it provides $712.29, an increase of $37.52 per year, or $3.13 per month.
Okay. And I also want to add for the public watching today who, I sure appreciate public who have joined us and are watching and are trying to follow along. The discussions today are a quarter of your tax bill. Half of it is the district and another quarter comes from the education in the province. So I want to applaud you all for a wonderful job, certainly staff and everyone else for all the work put in to look at that one small part of what people pay in taxes in the township of Lake of Bays. Once again, regardless of how we settle, we still will be likely the lowest in Muskoka. So Councillor Anderson, did you want to add something?
I was looking, sorry, Mayor, I was looking for clarification on whether or not we're looking for a decrease, increase, or are we happy with the 5.56 as guidance for the staff if we're going to be waiting till another meeting? Is that?
So your comment is on that?
I would like to comment on that.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead,
at this point, I would like to see the tax increase drop. It's all about the little guy right now. I know that it sounds like a small amount of money on 300,000, but in this day and age, people are really under the gun to either have a roof over their head or put food on their table. And I think that anything we can do in terms of assisting your average person would be a good thing. And so I'm looking for a decrease in the tax rate by maybe 1%.
Okay. I'll let you go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Popard.
I guess my thoughts are the only suggestions we've had so far are the 3 new positions being pushed back by a quarter. So I'd like to see what we'd be saving in 2026 with those 3 savings and how much that would drop it before, if it's incremental, I don't know. So. Councillor
LaCroix, you go ahead.
Certainly, I agree with Councillor Popard. I don't want to give a percentage. Certainly when if we deduct those 3 positions, then we'll see how much that goes down. Another line item I had brought up before is the $20,000 in fire for signs. And my logic is this way. We got a $36,000 grant coming, and what was the $36,000 for? I forget.
It's for washing machines.
Washing machines, right. Okay, so if we get the grant money, which theoretically we should, then that $36,000 could go into general coffers, which could then put money in for signs. So to me, the $20,000 for signs isn't needed. So I would like to see fire look at taking $20,000 out.
If I could ask, the chief's gone. Oh, the chief is here. Chief, come on up here, Chief. You were hiding back there eating donuts. If you could, sorry, it's been a bit of a day here. If you could remind us how that 20,000 worked. What was it for?
So through you, Mayor. So the 20,000 was in there to a number of people have come and mentioned that they want more signage in the Lake of Bays area to warn them of when we go from low to moderate to high and no ban. So we had originally put that in a couple of years ago, spread it over a couple of years to add more signs. Since then, we were looking at the electronic so that, as we add more signs, that's more time for the administration staff to have to drive around and change the needle every time we change the rating. So we were going to electronic. Then last year we purchased First Due. there's a portion of this software program that we can reach out to the membership if they sign up and let them know when the danger rating changes. So that was put in there to basically add more signs to Lake Bays.
Okay, so firstly, just for clarification, there was hours and hours of discussion around signage in this thing, as I recall in our committee that we had. $20,000 won't even start to put anything in light bulbs in the bucket. We're into electronic signs that cost considerably more. It's a major investment. Am I correct? 20,000 might hold the 2x8s to hold up. It's not gonna. Yeah. So I would respectfully say, personally, I don't see how that is something. I mean, leave it there if it's there and if it comes in, but your cost for these electronic signs is, give us a ballpark. If you any ballpark for one sign.
So when the discussion around the committee was, we were going to try and experiment with 2 of them, and they were approximately $7,500 each. And then there was a Wi-Fi connection.
So you actually can put a sign up for $7,500.
$7,500 for the electronic signs. There wasn't a place in Ontario that was making them. We actually did find one eventually that is making them. And we were given a price of approximately $7,500, and we were going to just throw 2 up just to see the response, because you were able to add messaging, whether it was for emergency management if there were storms coming. They were more than just fire danger rating. We were sending messaging out, but we did talk about the cost. It was very pricey.
Okay, I'm wrong then. I thought it was much more expensive. Anyway, we won't even get into the signs. We'll be here another 2 hours. Okay, so I understand that, so I'm good with that. So anyone else want to speak to Councillor LaCroix's idea of adding the 20,000 for signs? I think that's what it was. Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah, but again, like I said, if we took the 20 out for signs, because it's not a given that we're going to put them up, then take it out, and the 36,000 that's in there for a grant for the washing machines, when we get the grant, if we get it, but assumably we will, then that 36 could go into general coppers, and if signs do go up, then you have the 36,000 in there for the signs, potentially, that might go up.
Got you. Is everybody clear who's keeping the numbers on that? Councillor Stapley, go ahead. Did you have your hand up, or you're just waving hello? Go ahead. You have another thing? You have to use your microphone, yeah, and turn it towards.
Not on the $20,000 for signs, which on the whole people don't need. Can Pat remind me how much a percentage is in dollars on the budget?
That's for you, Mr. Mayor. It's approximately 78,000 is 1%.
So I'd like to see the budget a little bit down. I'm with Councillor Anderson. 78,000. So we got a ways to go.
Okay, I'm going to go to staff now. Oh, sorry, I see they're here. Go ahead, Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a general comment, which we've heard many, many times. Our job is not to design. In this situation, to try and talk about getting it down 1% or something like that, we could be looking at this being deferred till January or February if we keep playing around with this. So I like the idea of the little tweaking that we're talking about, the 3 positions, whether or not you talk about the signage, but anything major like that is, I think it's dangerous.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. There may be some other things to consider that I'm hoping staff may look at. Like I understand that we don't want to put structures off for too long, but I thought that we may want to consider the hillside dock, or just as a thought that we could move that one to another year. And I know that's dangerous because then you're just compounding as you move along, but that was something I thought I'd contribute.
Councillor Papard, we're going to wrap this up soon.
Yeah.
Just this discussion. We're
I think
a big
even
council meeting yet.
I think even the money saved from the quarters from the 3 positions could bring it down to a smidgen under 5, which looks more palatable to the public. Like that might be just enough to bring it to like 4.999 or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. Anybody else? So does staff have enough direction or do you need, help me?
Just to clarify, that's all. Thank you, through your worship. So if I'm hearing everything, you want us to come back, let's say at a meeting in December, then to quantify the cost savings from adjusting the hiring, right, recruitment of those positions by Q3s to Q4, present that as a total savings, and then try to get to a monetary number. And I think that's what we really need to understand what council's trying to achieve. Is it a percent off? I've heard 5%, I've heard, 4.56.
Oh, take 5% off.
Yeah, no, a total of 5%,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah,
0.56.
it's okay.
So
No, it's not your fault.
if we have that, I absolutely believe that the leadership team and the staff can come back with something quite easily.
Okay, so I think that, is there anything anyone feels that wasn't said in that statement? Or are you okay with that? Good. Do you need a resolution for that direction? Okay, so you need a break? Well, there you go. We all need a break. So, well, we should break between, okay, and then we solve this and then we have a break before the council meeting? Or why don't we take a 10-minute break and you come back, solve that and go into council? Is that okay with council? Okay, 10-minute break. Let's call it 2:15. Okay, we're back 1 minute early. Thank you all for that. Okay, I have a resolution based on the budget discussions moved by Councillor Tapley, seconded by Councillor Papard. Whereas Council of the Corporation of the Township of Lake of Bays receives a staff report, draft 2026 Lake of Bays budget and business plan dated November 11th, 2025. Be it resolved, the council directs the CAO and leadership team to return the 2026 draft budget and business plan on December 9th, 2025 with a proposed reduction based on the based on the presented new positions and recruitment schedule in an effort to reduce the overall levy impact. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you all very much for that discussion. Okay, now we're going to start the day. Okay, we're still in the council meeting, right? I didn't, so I can just, yes, Councillor Tapley needs to be excused. Not because she has a pecuniary interest, she has another appointment. Okay, so we're into the consent agenda. Do you have a thing I'm going to read? Oh, thank you. Are there any public, we go to the public, anyone commented on the surplus land?
No, Mayor Glover, I have not received any comments or concerns on the sale of surplus lands.
Now, someone wanted to pull, right. What, the pulling is in here? So what do I do?
Yeah, thank you through Mr. Mayor. I was looking at the quarterly report for bylaw, and one line item, CPPS, Community Planning Permit System, has a ton of call-outs, and I was wondering if staff could break that down for us a little bit more so I could understand what type of infractions there are happening under the CPPS. Is it tree cutting? Is it building permits? What is going on there?
So staff will pull that report and it will be dealt with in order under the reports and bylaws. So you can pass the consent bylaw, the resolution with that item being pulled.
Anyone else want anything else? Nope. Okay, moved by Councillor Tapley, seconded by Councillor Papard. Oh, can't be Councillor Tapley. She's gone, so moved by Councillor Anderson. Whereas items listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and enacted in one motion, council members may request one or more items be removed from the consent agenda for separate discussion and/or action. Each and every matter of business contained in the consent agenda is recorded separately in the minutes of the meeting. And whereas Council of the Corporation of the Township of Lake of Bays reviewed the consent agenda consisting of various proposed resolutions, bylaws, and now therefore be resolved that the Mayor and Council approve and adopt the recommendations contained in the consent agenda dated November 11, 2025, and direct staff to proceed with all the necessary administrative actions with the exception of item 5G, which has been requested to be pulled and dealt with under 6 reports and bylaws, building and bylaws services department. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're into corporate services, right?
No, building and bylaw will speak to that report first.
Okay, so, sorry, go ahead. Welcome, sir. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Glover, and through you. Excellent question, Councillor Papard. So that particular number is not complaints. That's inspections that the bylaw guys have been doing on for plantings for people who have gone through variance process and have had to do plantings. So the bylaw officers have been going back through the years and making sure those plantings have been done. And if they are done, people are getting their money back, their deposits. If they aren't done, then we're following up with the homeowners to get compliance, whether that be orders or otherwise.
Supplementary, if I may then, what are the proportions of people who have complied with the plantings and the portion who haven't?
I will defer that question to Andrew, our bylaw officer.
How's that? Great question. Thank you, Councilor Papard, through you, Mayor Glover. I would say it's anywhere between 85 and 90% compliance. With the number there, I have 7 properties, I'll say, that have been non-compliant. And I hope to close one tomorrow, and that'll be 6.
Oh, good. That's a lot lower than I feared it was. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Are you good? Moved by Councillor Goddard, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Be it resolved, the Council Corporation of the Township of Lake of Bays receives a staff report, bylaw services report, third quarter 2025, dated November 11th, 2025. All those in favor? And it's carried. Thank you.
Now it's my turn.
Now it's your
Yep.
turn. Go ahead. Corporate Services Department.
Yes. Okay, so first off, we have this report is a brief report detailing the reimbursement of expenses related to the road licensing agreement program, including a request for survey costs. Following the repeal of the RLA program, residents were invited to request reimbursements for fees associated with their applications, including survey costs. Previous reimbursements approved by council included application and renewal fees totaling just over $29,000 and other expenses in the amount of $3,103 in earlier rounds. The current request is for survey expenses in the amount of $5,531, which staff confirmed met the eligibility requirement criteria. Staff anticipate no further requests under this program, indicating the matter is effectively closed. I am available for any questions.
Questions, Council? We lost one. Anybody else leaves, we're in big trouble. Okay, not seeing any. Moved by Councillor Croy, seconded by Councillor Papard. Whereas the Council Corporation of the Township of Lake of Bays receives a staff report, reimbursement of expenses incurred during the road license agreement program, update number 3, dated November 11, 2025. Now therefore be resolved, the Council Corporation of the Township of Lake of Bays hereby approves the reimbursement of survey costs to the applicant who participated in the road license agreement RLA program in the amount of $5,531.53. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you for that.
I'll continue along. So we have a report from the Ombudsman's Office. Council was advised by the Ombudsman's Office in 2024 that 4 complaints about this council going into closed sessions that did not fit within the open meeting exceptions under the Municipal Act. Corporate Services cooperated with the Ombudsman's Office and provided them with the information they required. They decided that only one meeting of September 10th, 2024 required a formal investigation, and these are the results in front of you today. They found that less than 1 minute of this meeting was inappropriately enclosed. Legislatively, we are required to make this report public, which we have done by way of this public council meeting agenda, and that council should pass a resolution this report. With that, I would ask the mayor to read out the resolution we have prepared and to open the floor to any questions in regards to the report.
Okay, Councillor Croy, you've been added to this to be moved, if that's okay. Moved by Councillor Croy, seconded by Councillor Papard. Whereas the Office of the Ontario Ombudsman has completed its investigation into the closed session held by Council for the Township of Lake of Bays on September 10th, 2024, and whereas the Ombudsman final report dated November 25th, 2025 has been received and reviewed by Council, and whereas the report found that a portion of the closed session discussion did not fall within the exceptions to the open meeting rules under the Municipal Act 2001, and recommended that Council ensure all closed session discussions clearly fall within statutory exceptions. Therefore, be resolved that Council of the Township of Lake of Bays affirms its commitment to transparency and open governance and will ensure that future closed session discussions are strictly limited to matters that meet the statutory exceptions under the Municipal Act 2001. I open up the floor now. Does anyone want to comment? You remember the closed session, well, the discussion around this. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Papard.
Yes, I found it a little bit confusing. So if I understand this correctly, the discussion we had didn't mention any names, therefore, but what if we had mentioned names? What if we had brought up names and stuff like that? Shouldn't it have been enclosed anyway, or?
Sorry, that was the discussion. So when you go in under, yes, personal identifiable individual, you need to identify them. And Council did not. They had a brief conversation that did not mention that person by name. Therefore, it should not have been enclosed. So, yes, going in future, if you're going to talk about identifiable individuals, you need to identify them.
Further questions? All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. Public Works, stop sign relocation. Welcome back, Mr. Peace.
Good afternoon again. In front of you is a brief report relating to the relocation of the stop sign from Walker Lake Drive to East Walker Lake Drive. During the 2024 roads needs study, staff were approached by a resident raising concerns about traffic and safety hazards at the intersection of Walker Lake and East Walker Lake. As a result of that those comments and investigation from staff, we had the engineers that were performing the roads needs study do a full review of that intersection, and their recommendations are in the report, which are basically that we relocate the stop sign from Walker Lake to East Walker Lake. And this report is basically asking permission from council to update the bylaw, as all stop signs are approved by bylaw. I can answer questions if there are any. The other piece of this is the existing bylaw was from 2009, so we also took the opportunity to update the current bylaw to current statute and requirements. So it's sort of a 2-for-1 deal here. And in the report, I've got the effective date as November 17th, just to allow us enough time to get everything. We've ordered all the signs. We've got the new signs, the Starburst new sign to go up as well to help identify residents that there's a change there. And we will put that into place Monday morning upon council's approval.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Croy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the obvious question is, staff or consultant at one time thought the stop sign should have went in the other position where it was. So what's changed to make it go the other way, or was it even thought of maybe putting 2 in instead of 1? But obviously, we thought the first sign location was the best spot. So why the change?
Based on the history that I could find through township records, sorry, through you, Mayor, from what I could tell through township records was the original stop signs were placed prior to some of the development that's in there. So some of these stop signs were in place when road names were 3 different names ago, since the inception of some of the township roads in the first place. So it's just a correction, and regulations and thought processes change over time based on standards and approvals.
Further questions? I have a resolution moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Godard, whereas the Council Corporation of the Township of Lake Bays receives a staff report, stop sign relocation Walker Lake Drive and East Walker Lake Drive, dated November 11th, 2025. Now therefore be resolved, the Council Corporation of the Township of Lake Bays approves the relocation of the stop sign from Walker Lake Drive to East Walker Lake Drive with an effective date of November 17th, 2025, and further the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Lake Bays approves bylaw 2025-148 and repeals bylaw 0943. All those in favor? It's carried, thank you. Corporation of the Township of Lake Bays bylaw number 2025-148, being a bylaw to authorize the erection of traffic stop signs at intersections on highways under the jurisdiction of the Township of Lake Bays, repealed bylaw 0943. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you very much. That's it.
No.
Oh, go ahead.
And I can speak to the second one.
Yep.
In November 14th of 2023, council granted Sunset Rock the provisional approvals to extend Sail Road by approximately 325 meters. The bylaw that's before council today is as a result of the contractor completing all of the works up to township standards. Everything's been signed off and approved by the engineer, so this is just the formality of the township formally assuming that portion of the road for maintenance purposes. So I'm here to answer questions for...
Go ahead.
Sorry, just to note, the bylaw that is on the agenda has an error in it, and Councillor Anderson caught it earlier today. It refers to Township of Rideout. We have since corrected, and the printed version refers to Township of Franklin. Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
Sorry, any other questions or? Corporation of the Township of Lake Bays bylaw number 2025-149, a bylaw for the purpose of acquiring that part of Lot 10, Concession 9, former Township of Franklin, designated as Part 1 on Plan 35R 27846, now in the Township of Lake Bays, in the District Municipality of Muskoka from Sunset Rock, Inc. All those in favor? It's carried, thank you. Oops, sorry. And the second one, the Corporation of the Township of Lake Bays, bylaw number 2025-150, a bylaw for the purpose of establishing that part of Lot 10, Concession 9, former Township of Franklin, designated as Part 1 on Plan 35R 27846, and part of the road allowance between Concession 8 and 9, former Township of Franklin, designated as Part 2 on Plan 35R 27846, now in the Township of Lake Bays and the District Municipality of Muskoka as part of the municipal highway system, and to name the road Sale Road. All those in favor? That's carried too. Thank you. We have a number of communication items. Council information file. We've got a draft budget comment, and then we're into. Right. Oh, I see. Add that. Okay. Moved by Councillor Brooks, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Be it resolved, the Council Corporation of the Township of Lake Bays receives the correspondence regarding the 2026 budget and business plan for the following: Virginia Wilson, Lake Bays Association, Peter Ham, Margaret Ann Baker. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. I'm here, aren't I? Yes, yes. I have the committee and district reports. Does anyone have anything? Councillor Goddard, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Glover. I'm on the Muskoka Housing Task Force, and we are celebrating, and we created an event called Housing First, and it takes a village. And it's on Homelessness Day, which is November the 22nd. And I have shared it on social media. And if anybody would like to attend, you need to register. And I've put all the information on here on my report. Thank you.
Okay, and for those of you, Councillor Brooks, that attended the homelessness sharing table, that is no longer going to take place, and this is one of the alternatives for that. So I recommend you have a quick look at that. Any other questions or concerns? Okay, thank you for that. We're going in closed session. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Brooks. Be resolved that in accordance with Section 239, 1, 2, and 3.1 of the Municipal Act C-25 SO 2001 as amended, the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Lake Bays will convene in closed session at 2:32 p.m. for discussion regarding litigation, potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. OLT 22002969 Langmaids Island. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back. Moved by Councillor Goddard, second by Councillor Anderson. Be resolved, the Council Corporation of the Township of Lake Bays reconvene at 2:38 in open session and report on matters discussed in closed session. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you. The bylaw of the Corporation of the Township of Lake Bays, bylaw number 2025-151, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the November 11, 2025 council meeting. All those in favor? That's carried. Moved by Councillor Brooks, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Be resolved, the Council Corporation of the Township of Lake Bays hereby adjourns at 2:39 to meet again on November 25th, 2025 at 9 a.m. in a hybrid meeting setting. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much for those who've joined us today. Thank you for your input into the budget. If you have questions or comments, please send them in. We will make a final decision at the next council meeting. Have yourself a great day. Take care of yourselves. Bye for now.